leaders and thinkers from diverse disciplines and nations. This conference stands as a testament to Jamia Nadwiyya's enduring commitment to excellence in education, research, and moral values. Established with the vision of blending traditional wisdom with modern learning, Jamia Nadwiyya has evolved into a vibrant educational hub, offering programs from kindergarten to postgraduate levels. This conference is organized in proud collaboration with Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA New Delhi, the University of Free State South Africa, and the Kerala State Higher Education Council, a partnership that reflects our shared dedication to advancing global scholarship and academic excellence. The theme of this year's conference, Transcending Boundaries in Higher Education, Reimagining Disciplines, Policies, Innovations, and Global Challenges, perfectly captures the spirit of this gathering, fostering dialogue that bridges ideas, cultures, and educational frontiers. Over the years, Jamia Nadwiyya has remained steadfast in nurturing generations of learners who carry both knowledge and character into the world. Today's international conference is yet another milestone in that legacy, a platform to exchange perspectives, promote collaboration, and inspire transformative thoughts.
Once again, welcome to the Jamia Nadwiyya International Conference, hosted in the true spirit of learning, leadership, and legacy that defines Jamia Nadwiyya Kerala. This international academic conclave aims to create a meaningful dialogue on the evolving paradigms on higher education, exploring how innovation, inclusivity, and collaboration can reshape the educational landscape for the future. For decades, Jamia Nadwiyya has been a symbol of educational renaissance, nurturing excellence in both spiritual and intellectual dimensions, and continuously adapting to the changing educational ecosystem. We are privileged to have among us as distinguished delegates, eminent academicians and passionate learners who embody the true essence of the global academic unity. As we embark on this journey of thought and transformation, let us now proceed to the day 2 of the international conference. As Jamia Nadwiyya is not just an institution, it's a legacy of learning, discipline, and moral enlightenment. Established with the vision of integrating traditional Islamic scholarship with modern education, Jamia Nadwiyya has grown into one of the Kerala's most distinguished centers of academic excellence. Situated in the cultural heart of Malappuram, the institute embodies a philosophy that education must shape not only intellect, but also integrity. Over the years, Jamia Nadwiyya has expanded its educational horizons from the kindergarten to postgraduate levels, creating a seamless and holistic learning environment.
The institution stands committed to producing globally aware, socially responsible, and ethically grounded individuals. It combines faith with forward thinking, offering programs in arts, science, theology, and teacher education, while fostering innovation, research, and community service. Guided by visionary leadership and a tradition of excellence, Jamia Nadwiyya continues to illuminate minds and transform lives. Staying true to its founding ideal to build an educational system where knowledge and values walk hand in hand. Respected dignitaries, distinguished scholars, and dear participants, a very warm good morning to you all. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Day 2, the panel discussion session of this international conference on transcending boundaries in higher education, reimagining disciplines, policies, innovations, and global challenges. Today's panel discussion session carries forward the conversations we began yesterday. The conversations that challenge the ordinary, reimagine the possible, and build bridges across borders of thought. This morning, we focus on the theme, reimagining the future of higher education, innovations, policies, and global perspectives, a subject that calls upon us to question, collaborate, and create. The future of higher education belongs not to those who predict change, but those who create it. Today's session invites us to rethink education through innovation, policy reform, and global collaboration, as we collectively reimagine the future. Let us begin this morning of learning and dialogue by seeking the blessings of Almighty. I request everyone to please rise for prayer led by the students of Jamia Nadwiyya Women's Arabic College. Thank you, team. To extend a warm welcome to all distinguished guests, scholars, and participants, we now invite Mr. Kudratullah Nadwi, Public Relations Officer, Jamia Nadwiyya, to deliver the welcome address. So please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning to all. We are the warmly welcome our esteemed guests in this event. We know the era, the AI and the future of education and the modern education. So now I welcoming the all esteemed guests in this event. Our panel discussion. The theme of the panel discussion is the future of higher education in 21st century. So, this panel discussion will moderate Professor Arif Zain sir is the former principal of Sulam Salam Arabic College. Now he is our faculty. And the speaker, First, Dr. Ashraf Mustafa, he will join with us in online mode. So our event or our panel discussion is hybrid mode. And his subject, inclusion and higher education. And I proudly welcoming Professor Sattar Rasool sir. His subject is pedagogic transformation and ideas. And the Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, language, inclusion and higher education is the her subject. Will introduce. We know the early before her presentation. We had to heard in yesterday. It's very nice and very, I think very sweet, inshallah. And Dr. Shamir Babu, his subject is the skill integration and professionalism. Finally, the vote of thanks, Mr. Dhoni Manoj, he will join with us shortly. Oh, the event, I proudly welcoming the all guests and my dear friends and the teachers and the research scholars of are attending this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This session will be moderated by Professor Arif Zain, whose insightful leadership will guide us through this rich exchange of ideas and perspectives. We are joined by an esteemed panel speakers representing diverse global experiences in education. First of all, let's invite Professor Arif Zain to moderate the session and introduce about what this theme is about.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Very warm good morning. On the second day of the seminar jointly conducted by Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, Jamia Nadwiyya MILLIA ISLAMIA, the Kerala State Higher Education Council, and South State and the University of Free State, South Africa. And I would like to welcome all the eminent personalities on and off the dais. So we have a good panel of eminent personalities who have proved their metals in their respected fields or in their respected disciplines. We have 5 discussions on our focal theme. The theme is reimagining the future of higher education, innovations, policies, and global perspective. Today's global perspective, as you know, the many problems and challenges are there. No, a single faculty or a single discipline cannot solve all these problems on its own, but interdisciplinary approach should be adopted for solving the problems. So we have 5 discussants. Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool is the National University of Malaysia, and Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, Associate Professor, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, as Dr. Shamir Babu M, Associate Professor, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi. He'll speak on skill integration and professionalism. And we have another prominent personality, Mr. Muzahir Al-Alam, who came all the way from New Delhi to attend our program. And he is a senior journalist and more than 25 years experience as journalist in different news channels like Z News, Sadhana News, Triveni Media, and currently he is working with ISLAMIA. And Dr. Ashraf Mustafa, he is expected to join us online, and I think he's online. Yeah. Okay. Then let's start with him, Professor Mustafa. Yes, Professor Mustafa, can you hear me? Am I audible? I see.
Sir,
Yeah.
you're visible. You can share video.
He is our He is our first speaker, Dr. Ashraf Mustafa, joining us virtually all the way from UAE University, United Arab Emirates. A distinguished academician and international researcher, Dr. Mustafa will share his thoughts on inclusion and higher education. So please.
Can you give to me access to share my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you can share now. You can share now.
Are you see the presentation?
No, sir, it's getting ready. I think there's a blank page, white page.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay.
Yes, sir.
No, it's okay.
Yes, sir.
No, it's okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay. It's a beep. It's a beep. A beep.
No, sir. Can you once again represent it?
Okay. 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 Sorry. It's okay now?
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Okay. Okay. And the voice is okay?
It's fine, sir.
Okay. So, thank you so much for invitation. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is Dr. Ashraf Mustafa, Assistant Professor from the United Arab Emirates University from Special and Gifted Education Department. So first of all, I want to thank Jamia ISLAMIA for this invitation, and I would like also to thank my brother, Prof. Samir, to invite me to be a part of this international conference. So good morning, distinguished colleagues and guests. I'm very honored to be a part of this international conference today to focus about one of the important part in the higher education focus, which is inclusive education. And as you know, inclusive education is not about the accommodation, is about the transforming our institutions into space, regarding the ability of the our student based on the background, based on the economic, socio-economic, based on their ability. And today in my presentation, I will focus about the definition of inclusive education and what is the importance and what is the UAE strategy, what about the United Arab Emirates strategy, and what about the policies for inclusive education in higher education, the policies, the practice, and the implementation. So I will now start to focus about the definition of the inclusive education. In our view here in United Arab Emirates, inclusive education ensure and give equal opportunities to all students, not all the students with disability, also for all students, based on the cultures, the gender, and the socio-economic background. And also through this strategy, through this way about inclusive education, we follow up the difference between the student and be sure about all students can participate and fully participate in academic and social life. So through this way, through this pathway, this definition for us here in United or globally, okay, focus about the foundation, okay, the foundation of inclusive education, which means inclusion is not a well-paying, not charity, but this is the right. This is the right and the systematic approach to education for each student here in the higher education in UAE. So our definition focus about how the inclusive education in higher education save equal opportunity for all the students based on background, gender, cultures, or economic status. Okay, so now I will transfer to the importance and the impact of inclusive education. To be honest, the importance and the impact for inclusive education give to the all student, okay, because education for all promotes a social justice and the equality in the higher education, give to them the same equal opportunity, what the same equal opportunity like provide to the normal student. And also they can, through the inclusive education, also build a sense of belonging among all students. This is very important to give this a chance and the opportunity for the all students. And also about the academic performance, we be sure about the enhance of academic performance and engagement through the diverse and learning methods. Also through the policies, through the impact of and the significance of inclusive education, we can prepare our students to work in diverse and inclusive workplace and prepare them for the future to be a member in a positive society. And also one of the important impact here, support United Nations Sustainability Development Goals number 4, which is focused about the quality of education and the quality of education for all. This is the importance and the impact. So also here in United Arab Emirates, we focus about SDG number 4, how we can provide a quality of education for all through different pathway, different channels in the higher education. The advantage of inclusive education. So when we start to implement the inclusive education, you will find many of advantage, okay? So the inclusive education encourage a diversity and mutual respect. So they have respectful between all the students. Also, inclusive education can improve critical thinking and creativity by learning from different perspectives. So it gives to them chances and opportunity to improve their critical thinking about their self, about the others, and also reduce dropout rates by providing support system. One of the important aspects here, the benefits of all learners through UDL or universal designing for learning. Through this way, through this strategy, we can provide all students in the higher education based on their needs, based on their ability, based on their background through the UDL, and also can provide and enhance the institutions' reputations and the global rank. So most of higher education institutions now serve and provide inclusive education pathway for all students. We can consider them as a global ranking now for all institutions. Now I will focus about what we did here in United Arab Emirates, okay, based on the policies, the practice related to the inclusive education in the higher education. In fact, the UAE government focus and give all uh, attentions about the rights for all students through the inclusive education pathway. So we have several initiatives here, okay, provided by the UAE government. The first one, UAE Vision 2021. And this vision from the United Arab Emirates focused and aimed to make UAE among the best countries in the world, okay? And one of the important pillars here was world-class healthcare and education, which include equality and inclusion for all citizens, including people of determination. And when we say people of determination, we mean the student with disability, student under any category of disability. So here, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid gave to them this word, people of determination. And also one of the important initiative here is Essential 2071, which is built on the UAE Vision 2021. And this is very important and focus about the strategy, okay, and the sustainability and the innovation and the inclusive development, and should to be ensuring about the education system are accessible and equitable for all regardless of their ability. And I will show to you now how the universities in United Arab Emirates support the disability student, that support the people of determination through the or based on this policy. Also, one of the important initiatives here, the federal law, the Emirati federal law, number 29 of 2006. And this law gives rights of all people of disability to have a chance and the opportunity to education and healthcare and employment and social service also. Also, one of the important initiatives here, national policy for empowering people of determination 2017, and this policy guarantees access to education and employment. As you see here, all the initiatives support the people of determination or support the disability student to be a part of the society through the education, through the employment, through the healthcare, and all this law legally protect the right of people of determination and set stage for inclusive education. Also, the last one here, I will show to you and mention the Ministry of Education Inclusion Framework. And this framework also between the schools and the university and guide the university to adopt inclusive education practice. The implementation in the United Arab Emirates University, okay? We have here different universities in United Arab Emirates, and all of them go through and implement the inclusive education, like United Arab Emirates University, Zaid University, and also HCD started to implement the policies and implement the strategy for improving or provide inclusive education or education for all. So this way, we have accessible learning environment. If you see the environment in the university here, all the universities have assistive technology, accommodations, ramps to support the people of determination inside the higher education. And also, one of the important part here is Student Support Center for People of Determination. Each university, especially the United Arab Emirates University, has Student Support Center for People of Determination, which is support the student, which is training the staff and faculty member in different college, which is give accommodation for the student and recommendation, and also train the faculty how to deal and how to teach and how you can adapt the materials for people of determination. Inclusive education methods and flexible assessment, okay, through this unit, okay, they start to contact with the faculty member and give to them the recommendation about each category of disability, and also staff training to increase the awareness and competency for each one inside the higher education or the university. And evidence global alignment. And you know here, most of research shows, okay, through the inclusive education, improve student satisfaction and the academic outcomes. This is very important here, okay, because now the self-concept for the people of determination students start to improve based on their right, their ability, and what they have in the higher education institution. And also improving the academic performance. Inclusive classroom often use different instruction, differentiation, which is a benefit for all learners. Also, the UNESCO and United Nations reports highlight about inclusive education as a key to sustainable development. Also, one of the most important evidence here, UAEU's alignment with international standard strengths. It is higher education system quality. It's very important because now the UNESCO and the United Nations, okay, can provide like SDG4, so the United Arab Emirates ensure its education system is globally recognized, attractive to international students and faculty, and prepare for global ranking and accreditation. It's very important now in the higher education institutions to be aware about the right of people of determination, the right of disability student, what is the service you provide them. So it's very important here about this evidence. In conclusion, okay, I see inclusive education in higher education is not just a policy choices. It is a moral and social and the economic necessary. By ensuring quality, equality, and accessibility, and also we unlock innovation and empower every learner to contribute to a national growth. And for the United Arab Emirates, as you see here, we have a strong framework, a strong policy to support inclusive education through different pathways, through different initiatives, and also based on the best benchmark. So I can see now inclusive education not only about the academic or about the, it is for transforming the environment from negative to positive attitude. And also here, investing in inclusion builds a more components, capable and creativity society. Thank you so much for your listening, and I hope to participate in another time with you in another international conference. Thank you for this chance, and I hope it's everything is clear about the idea about inclusive education in the higher education, especially in the United Arab Emirates University. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf Mustafa, for joining us and speaking on inclusive education policies and impact in the UAE. All the papers are present. Once the papers are presented, there will be a question and answer sessions, and the panelists, inshallah, will field the questions from the audience. So let's now move to Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool for speaking at National University of Malaysia, and I request him to speak on pedagogic transformation and ideas.
we are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool from the National University of Malaysia. A visionary scholar and expert in STEM and technical education, Professor Rasool will speak on the theme Pedagogic Transformation and Ideas. So please, the dais is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much to the chairperson and also professor as a moderator. What I would like to share this morning about the futuristic transformation in education is about the teaching transformation or the pedagogical transformation. As you heard from our first speaker, it is about inclusive education is kind of essential for any education. But pedagogic transformation is so crucial and very important in today's education. Let me explain a little bit about this pedagogy transformation. It is actually a process of changing teaching practices to get a better way of education and life for our young generation. It's a process of changing teaching practices actually from the traditional method into a new learning method and so on. Okay? And it has a few aspects which we would like our students to be engaged in the learning. So engaged in the learning in the form of transformation in their cognitive, in their social, cultural, and also so many other values and skills. So we need to transform our pedagogies. And it is very simple actually for lecturers and students to understand. In this transformation of pedagogies, we should look into which era are we in now. We are in the 21st century's era. So that is the first benchmarking why we need to change our teaching practices or method. It is because of the 21st, we are in the 21st century. And there is a lot of changes in industrial revolution. I'm sure you heard about the latest industrial revolution is IR 5.0. And IR 4.0, Industrial Revolution 4.0 is already passed or almost end. And now it is about Industrial Revolution of 4.0. So in this 21st century era and the Industrial Revolution of 5.0, they need students to have more skills which is not needed those days. You need to have what we call as transversal skills. It's not only a simple problem-solving skill, creative skills, communication skill. It's more than that. It's beyond than that. So transversal skill is like you need to have leadership skill, autonomy skill, curiosity, and decision-making in complex situation. So that is the needs for the future job, or what we call as meeting the employer's needs in every sectors. That is why we need to prepare students towards the 21st century skill, which is common. There are 4 C: communication, collaborative, creative, and critical thinking. But it is more than that. And also, behind that, there is an rapidly change in the technology. The advancement of technology is another aspect and also is beyond our control, and it is essential to integrate it in our education. So a lot of countries like Malaysia, China, and other developed countries are using AIs and AR and VR in their teaching practices, in their teaching method. So we should not left behind. I just came back from China. I went to a few colleges. They are developing AR laboratory. Even it is science or engineering, they develop a lab with virtual reality. The student can practice doing some machining, doing some designing before they go to the real lab. Some says that AR or AI is changing our way of life or our teaching practice. Actually, it has to be together. You cannot change the existing way of developing skills, but through integration of technology, you can improve the skills of the students. Improve the skills of students. So they are developing a laboratory, AI, AR laboratory, as well as they are what we call as experimental lab. So teachers must develop a lot of materials, educative materials, which integration of technology. That is kind of a requirement for today's education. As this type of education is more in line or suitable and can engage the new generation. If it's still in traditional method, maybe the student will not be so interested. So another part is, in teaching practice, we must shift from the what we call as teacher-centered to active learning or student or learner-centered. That is the requirement now. There's a quotation says that a talking teacher is an enemy to teaching. So it is happening now. If you talk too much, the learning will not take place. So beside having technology and focus on 21st century, you should shift it to this student-centered or learner-centered, where the students build up the class. So teachers, lecturers, and also students that are going to be a teacher, you need to choose the right pedagogy. And a lot of countries are using this evidence-based teaching practice or evidence-based pedagogies, which is inquiry-based. The student develop the hypotheses and test their hypotheses and they design and so on. And beside that, Simeon Peppert is someone have a good relationship with Piaget constructivism theory. Simeon Peppert come out with a constructionism. Students need more hands-on activities, not just lecture in the classroom and by not having pedagogy. So the active learning and student-centered inquiry-based is very important in this era of education. And teachers or lecturers and students should pose a lot of questions. Question posing is the heart of learning, actually, is the heart of learning. Teaching is meaningless if learning is not happening. So that is why active learning is very important, such as inquiry-based and also project-oriented and also AI integration, AR integration. talking about the integration of technology in teaching practice, there are new technologies teaching practice is being developed. There are AI nogogi. I hope you have heard of that, meaning that you teach students using AI. You teach students using drone. We have developed dronogogi. Student likes to deal with the technology. So try to develop an activity using this technology in your teaching. And I'm developing one more teaching pedagogy, which is I call as 3D printer nogogi, 3D nogogi. I ask students to teach language, to teach history, to teach science, engineering using 3D printer. So you will get more attention and engage of the students in learning. They use 3D printer to produce all things that have been in the teaching lesson plan. Although in Arabic language, 3D printer is needed actually for the lecturers to teach Islamic aspect in language studies, of course in engineering and science. So go into new pedagogies, teaching technology, integrating. But one thing that you should understand is the theory behind it. It's not just simply develop something, design an activity regardless or not looking at the theory. So if you are using technology, there are a few theories related to technology, such as TPEC, Technology, Pedagogical, Content, Knowledge. So that is how you deliver. You refer to an expert who developed these theories, how to use technology in teaching. There are embeddedness theory, where you would like to integrate technology, you should understand the theory behind it. Mobile learning theory. So I think that is very important. So I conclude that pedagogic transformation first is about meeting the needs of 21st century. So the industry or the sectors that you will be working later will ask you more than what you have now. And then the second part, you should understand the pedagogy of teaching to integrate, especially the integration of technology. And the last part, do not avoid the theory behind all the aspect of teaching practices. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool, for those enlightening words. And now, it is the turn of Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, Associate Professor, Jamia Millia ISLAMIA, New Delhi. And she will speak on the topic language inclusion and higher education. Yes. Yes. After come, finish first.
We now invite Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, Associate Professor of Jamia Millia ISLAMIA, New Delhi, to share his perspectives on language inclusion and higher education. Ma'am, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Language inclusion in the context of higher education. Now, first let's examine this. Do we need the inclusion of language? In the sense, language inclusion means inclusion of different languages, usage of different languages in the higher education as a medium. So first, when we talk of language inclusion in higher education, this is the first question we need to understand, that can we use our regional languages, can we use our state language, whatever it is, in the context of higher education as a medium of instruction. And the background is that we are in the 21st century. We are a global world. We are a connected world. Okay, so this is the backdrop that we have. So against this backdrop, how far or to what extent can our regional languages, when we include them in the name of language inclusivity, can really address and fulfill the requirements of higher education? Okay. Now, higher education has two contexts. One, everywhere it is an inclusive society. That means we have to include person from every sections of society so that they are also in the road to progress and development. And on the other side, why we have to include everybody in the road to progress and development? Because we are going towards an outcome-based education where everybody should have the knowledge, skill, attitude, values, right? So this is the backdrop. Now let's come to the context of India. In India, language inclusion, where we use multiple languages according to the state, universities, whatever, it is, I think, both a challenge as well as a strength. It is a challenge because in India, unlike many of the countries of the world, we are the country with the most plural languages. You know, India has 22 languages scheduled in the Indian Constitution. That means all of these 22 languages are of equal importance. There is no language which is over and above, or one language is more important. Okay? No language is hostile to each other. All languages have equal importance and significance. But what happens when we speak, we are the ones who perceive one language as dominant over the other language. For example, in the context of English, most of us feel English is a language with which it belongs to the elite, and it is a powerful language. English, no doubt, it is a linked language of the world. It opens up many windows and opportunities, but we have to see that we are in the 21st century. Should we still carry on? I'm talking in the context of India. Should we still carry on with a colonial language, with a colonial past? English is not native to India. We have our own languages which are very, very rich. They have a culture, legacy in itself. So is the 21st century the right time for us to promote our own Indian languages, the different languages? So we all agree that language inclusivity is important, but in Indian context, since we have 22 languages, and let me tell you, we are 4,635 communities, and each community can have their own dialect. Dialect means there is a standard language, but within community, the spoken language is different. Okay, the written is the standard. So in such a multicultural environment, a multilingual environment, how do we promote our different languages to address the concept of language inclusivity? So we have two things. Inclusion tells us we must promote, because inclusion tells us everybody should have equal participation, equal usage, equal opportunity to grow and develop in an educational landscape. But at the same time, we are focused on quality education. Now, in terms of English, we know it's very advanced. There are a lot of teaching learning materials, a lot of content knowledge is there, a lot of videos, most of the apps. The Google, now it has come into different Indian languages. All our search engines, they are all into English. So perhaps in that context, speakers of non-English will be at a slightly disadvantaged position. Because everything is in English. If you go into higher education, there is not just one textbook you have to read. You have to go to the entire library, the open access, the entire internet, the web links is your learning resource. But most of them is in the language of English. So how do our regional languages rise up to that standard? Because most of the content creation in terms for higher education is in English. So that is a challenge for us. Inclusion by itself is a wonderful concept, but inclusion has to be supported, especially language inclusion at each and every step. For example, in language inclusion, language is not just a medium of communication. It is much more. It is a part of one's identity, culture, and also learning. A lot of researches have taken place which tell us that people who can think in their mother tongue will be able to learn more because the understanding is more. But what happens, perhaps we tell people or teach our students to even think in English. But mother tongue is a powerful medium. And research has told us that we connect more, we understand more. The context if the mother tongue is used, original language is used. So this is a very good concept in terms of inclusion. The world 21st century is looking forward to that we need a language inclusion policy where speakers of different language, minority languages, tribal languages, speakers of the non-dominant English language have equal importance and weightage. But the challenge in India is quality inclusion. The content that we are creating in the different regional languages are of the quality as compared to English. Do they have a large database of knowledge as English has? What about the researchers? In higher education, students and faculty, teachers also, all of us, we learn by reading research, understanding from them. Either we support them or we realize a new knowledge is created. But how much of that knowledge creation can we have access to if it is not in English? And we have standard 22 languages. So we need to see if our content is created in those 22 languages. Now coming to, this conference is reimagining disciplines and also policies. I think in Indian context, we have reimagined the policies. NEP 2020 is the first example. NEP 2020 has promoted the use of mother tongue, regional language, not only at the primary or the school level. It has encouraged widely that regional languages should be the medium of higher education instruction too. But the question is our universities, are our faculty, are they supporting this or not? Do we have faculty who can actually speak and converse, promote students' understanding, learning, and lead students towards success in the use of regional languages? NEP has also talked about national language translation. It is a new mission which has come up, and to different states it has given, and we universities can take advantage of it, that all the classical texts and knowledge in English material can be translated into the regional languages for the benefit of regional language speakers. So this is one of the wonderful initiatives of our policy. Policy has been reimagined to include the inclusionary parts. Then we have our All India Council of Technical Education. This also led to a lot of debates that engineering degrees in India are offered in 11 different regional languages. Earlier it was English, and when this was initiated recently by the current government, so there were a lot of debates in the media, among academics here. How can teachers teach in regional languages? What they do, the technical terms in engineering are used in English, but the transaction of the content, the assessments, as far as possible is done bilingually. So what is important is to be bilingual. Use English as well as your regional language or the mother tongue of that area. So this is what NEP has encouraged. So I think it is a wonderful inclusion of our language policies where they have changed to include everybody. The idea is that no student or nobody or anybody from a different background who doesn't come from an English-speaking background should be disadvantaged because of a language barrier. So inclusion and language inclusivity talks about creating multilingual learning environments. The same content you present in English, translate it into your regional language, and the teacher, you'll be using bilingual language to transact, to make students understand the context. Because our education is outcome-based. It means development of knowledge and skills. Earlier it was strong memory, rote memorization, without any thinking. But nowadays we need critical thinkers, problem solvers. So these 21st century skills should be within our students. So this in India, the current policy of using mother tongue, regional language, bilingualism, multilingualism. In fact, multilingualism, a teacher or a student who knows many languages should be appreciated and welcomed. It is not somebody who can just speak in one dominant language. Okay, so this is important. But at the same time, while our language policies support inclusion in mother tongue, but on the ground level, implementation is a problem. We do not have much of textbooks in regional language. Even if they are there, quality may be compromised. Then in terms of technology has been a great leveler. So people who know English can have access to the whole world of knowledge. But do our regional language users, if they want to go for higher education, do they have that kind of access? To access in regional language quality teaching learning materials is a challenge. And most importantly, somehow I feel there's a mindset of the people that English is a language of the elite and somehow we must all learn English. But that is not so. The idea is your own understanding, okay? Whatever knowledge, skill that you know, knowledge that you have, skill in doing something, how good are you at? How competent are you at? So languages can be anything. It is just a communication. You don't need voice. For example, a mother, when guest or anybody comes to a small child, she will say, okay, just do a salam or do a namaskar. Mother just does by body language and the child does a salam, he does a namaskar. So this is what? Language is the communication of the heart. So in inclusion also, if we have the will to support regional languages, so I think in India it will not be a problem. Even though it's a challenge right now, because we see countries like Germany, Japan, Russia, they don't use English for their growth and development. And we see they are very high in compared to GDP, everything. So using this concept that promotion of your regional languages, like the countries of Russia, Japan, Germany, India has also looked up to it. But I still will have one concern. Russia, Germany, Japan have perhaps one standard language compared to India, where we have 22 languages. So it is good that each state, here the problem is states who are educationally very forward, like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, who are educationally quite advanced, technologically very advanced, because even southern states are very good in technology, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. So perhaps they can create content based on the regional language in their own language for inclusion. But states like Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Rajasthan, even a state like West Bengal, which was once very academically high, but they don't have much of this technology penetration, nor do they have this kind of language inclusion. So in India, even though it's a good policy, it is a positive one, but we need to do a lot of work on the ground. Will, there is a way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your thoughtful reflection on vital role of language in shaping inclusive and globalized learning environments. Next, let's invite the speaker for this session, Dr. Samir Babu M., Associate Professor, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi. He will present his views on skill integration and professionalism. So please.
Thank you, the panel chair, and all the distinguished guests and students. The concern of my area of discussion is skill integration. When we talk about the higher education, the previous speakers, Dr. Ashraf Mustafa, he was speaking about inclusion, significance, and the values they have in the UAE regarding inclusive education. Professor Sattar Rasool was talking about the concerns of pedagogic reformation, requirements of pedagogic transformation. Of course, Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, she mentioned something about the languages, significance of the languages. When we come to the skills, I have some points, that is why I'm looking into the phone sometimes. So the concern of the skill is always to be discussed. It's all about, when we talk about, in my personal view as well, when we consider the reimagining of education, transformation of education, definitely skill matters. When we look into the criteria of any accreditation agency, rankings like yours, AWRA, Times Higher Education Ranking, even in India we have National Institutional Ranking Framework, NIRF, NAC, National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Similarly, we have something in Kerala, State Assessment and Accreditation Council as well. So all these dimensions, all these parameters of these frameworks, ranking frameworks, accreditation, we can see skill as one of the components. Of course, why some of the institutions, they are called as bandwagons in the area, like MIT. MIT is celebrated as such a prestigious institutions. Why? Because the skill integration into the curriculum is celebrated like that. Why we consider China as the best or booming economy, and also they have the development in terms of technology. Nowhere you can find such kind of innovations in technology. All the booming products, what we call it the trend in the technology, we can get it from China only. Why? Because the way of approach towards the pedagogy, in terms of skill integration, transversal skills, these are wonderful, and this wonderfully integrating into. When we look into the practices, especially the curriculum approaches in Germany, Switzerland, similarly in the Finland, even we discuss as one of the model in education. So their concerns towards the work-centric nature of integration is wonderful. That is actually required for enhancing the professional nature of a candidate as a, what we call it as learner as a candidate, work-ready professional. Especially in the higher education, we in India, we also celebrate some of the national importance institutions like IITs and IIM. Why these institutions are known for their potential? Because the pedagogy, the strategies, or whatever the strategies they adopt in the day-to-day affairs of curriculum transaction is definitely professional oriented and skill integrated. We know that no IITians will be behind in the scenes when we are taking some of the concerns of such kind of candidates. That is why they are getting 100% placement. So integration of such kind of skills into the curriculum, they are very specific and they're very particular about it. Here I take some of the concerns of Professor Sattar Rasool. He was talking about the pedagogy. When we look into the strategies that we adopt in the pedagogy, especially in the schools and colleges of India, we have revised curriculum frameworks. At school education, we talk about National Curriculum Framework, school education. We got immediately after NEP, National Education Policy 2020. When we look into the phrases and lines of NEP and National Curriculum Framework, school education, similarly the UGC's guidelines, as UGC as apex body of higher education, as its regulation fund for us, the day-to-day or regularly we are getting one or the other notices regarding the innovations. We got a LOCF, Outcome-Based Education Framework. We got it. LOCF is the document name itself. We got something concern of the MOOC integration, how technology and MOOCs can be integrated properly. These are the guidelines wise. When we read between the lines of these documents, we can find out that these are very specific. But at the implementation side, in 2020, we started implementing MOOCs into the curriculum. To what extent we succeeded. Even before reaching the Jamia Nadwiyya, we were discussing, just a day before, we were discussing how can we integrate MOOC in our department. We were discussing in a series of meetings. So the concern is that implementation matters. We are talking about the pedagogies, the celebrated pedagogies like flipping, MOOC integrated pedagogy. We talk about the problem-oriented, project-oriented, problem-based learning. We talk about STEM pedagogy. We talk about in the teacher education institutions as well. We prepare the scholars for writing essays, not for teaching through STEM-based pedagogy. No teacher educator is, or no teacher trainee is prepared well for practicing it in the classroom. Let us introspect whether, as a teacher educator, am I ready to prepare my students to implement it in the real-time classrooms. Indian classroom, we know, overcrowded classroom we have, especially in the government schools and government-aided schools, we have overcrowded classroom. 40 plus is the strength of the classroom. So whether it is compatible to the needs of the students, whether the teacher is prepared for implementing such kind of pedagogy. These are the questions that we have to address. Before talking about all these, we talk about the constructivism as one of the much celebrated strategy. But whether constructivism in its real sense is being implemented. In 2005, we got a national curriculum framework. It is considered as one of the cream documents in Indian school education. Wonderful in that sense as a document. But what is the reflection in the schools and classrooms? Whether the skills that we have mentioned, it is actually there in the classrooms or we were able to practice it properly as per the guidelines or not. Again comes to the skills, especially in the higher education. Of course, we know that there are specific categories of skills like personal skills, of course, social skills, individual, work-ready skills, and 21st century skills as a whole we can mention. These are some of the classification of skills. See, for example, this kind of conferences, organizing a conference, definitely this is a platform for enhancing skills of the students. They are organizing, they are leading they are coordinating sessions. They are conducting, they are communicating with people from different lingual backgrounds. These are the real-time examples we can give to you I can give you as one of the examples of how the skills can be integrated. The students and also the teachers, they have to take this. Some students are also complaining. All the time they are organizing one or the other programs. Where is the time for teaching? Where is the time for learning? These are some of the complaints. Even in the departments, people start asking. Some of the head of the department, they'll ask, why are you organizing these much programs? Actually, the programs we organize in terms of various kinds of professional development, these are having some of the one or the other connotations. You can connect it with skills actually. This is a skill. People, they can able to communicate with people. Some of the people, they are sitting here for reporting, they are writing, the skill is improving. Some of they are just watching and experiencing. Listening, and they can also imitate something, some of the terminology, some of the style of teaching, style of learning. That also we can take from the speakers, from the other presenters, co-presenters. These are all the platforms for skill development. That is why we mention, other than the teaching, we need this kind of all the activities. And when we talk about 21st century skills, why some of the institutions are very successful and celebrated as the top 10 institutions or top 100 ranked institutions across the globe, because their integration of the skill is proper. They are particular about it. Their goal is smart. We talk about outcome-based education, but at the same time, outcomes in terms of the cognitive, we celebrate or we highlight it, or we always give more weightage for this kind of. Other than the value component, feelings, what we call it as affective domain, it is not treated properly. Still, we are not professionally equipped. We are not giving professionalism as an attribute to the students. Especially the skill component. The third component is skill. That is also neglected most of the time. AI, we celebrate AI. We talk about AI. The discussion, hot discussion is regarding AI only. Most of the papers presented last day was also about AI. But AI, do we have a policy of AI? It may not be required that a policy of state. We have to develop a policy of AI in the college. We have to train people how judiciously, how skillfully, as a master of the AI, how can we use it? We need to train people. No need of waiting the state to come up with a policy, UGC to come up with a policy. This is a kind of strategies that we are doing. I know that now I got a call from one of my friends. He's working in Tata Institute of Social Science. They are not waiting for any agency to come up with a policy. They develop their own policy. They are in the process of developing the policy. These are the requirements actually when we are talking about some skills. These are the ways of actually the implementation of integration of skills into the curriculum and processes that we have in the schools and colleges. Similarly, when I talk about the tech skills, along with the teaching, we should ensure that students, the learners, they are having the skills of technology. We talk about the TPAC framework, along with the technology, pedagogy and content we have to teach people. But most of the even teachers are also not equipped with the technology. So the concern I have to mention is that we have to give a platform for students. Some of the students are able to communicate with one or the other technology platform. Let them come forward and organize a session for the students, another student as a resource person. Teachers can also sit in such kind of things. These are the ways generally we can take initiative to integrate such kind of initiative. Similarly, the requirement is, especially we are ensuring that students are work ready, they have work ready skills. So for that, what people do is, they regularly orient regarding some of the databases from where they are getting proper information. Secondly, some of the platforms are getting introduced to the students to raise, because they need some of the skills of technical, personal skills, socio-emotional skills they require, pro-social skills they need, technology skills they need, some of the networking skill is also, technology literacy and other things. All these we need to have such kind of. The concern is, I have to highlight is, goals are not always the achievable goals. We should have smart goals always. In the institutions, as a visionary leader, all the teachers we can consider not a principal or a director as a leader. Teacher is a leader. Learner themselves should be a leader. They can convert themselves as a leader. They have to consider themselves as a leader. So that way, we should have a vision. Why I learn in a Jamia Nadwiyya for my undergraduate program. Why I am here for my postgraduate. It is not simply getting examination done, getting my mark sheet and degree. Along with that, some of the skills for that, we have to acquire some of the skills. For that, what is the requirement? I should understand the trends of what is going on across the globe, what is going on with the students. Similarly, they are also learning in some other universities, top-ranked universities. What are the benefits they are getting? Why don't I approach such kind of techniques? Why don't I myself update myself in terms of the skills and familiarity with such kind of platform and tech skills? These are the things actually we need to purposeful. It should be purposeful. Even though in higher education, learners are not simply just waiting for the spoon feeding. We are just sitting. We are not simply sitting for getting whatever teachers saying and writing down the notes. And similarly, this is again transferring into the exam paper. This is not the way. This is only 1/3 of your proper learning process. 1/3 is happening in the classroom. The other 2/3 is very significant. Never expect it from a college or university. We can prepare the students as teachers, but at the same time, as a learner, we have to prepare these 2/3 from our own initiative. Understanding the networks, identifying the best platforms, where can I learn? And the students, most of the internationally reputed institutions, we can see that they will be always simultaneously, they will be updating their skills. An IIT student, most of the IIT students, when I interact with them, I could get an idea that they are also simultaneously, they are preparing their career simultaneously along with their IIT graduate program. Online courses they are doing, some software they are also back up with the communication skills. So they find time for polishing their skill in one or the other way. These are the smart students and those who are getting ready for the industry. This is ready for the next, what we call it as the future work or future employment. So this is the requirement that always we should have. And finally, I conclude with a note that we should have a mission-centric, not a learner-centric. We were talking about like a teacher-centric education. Now we talk about learner-centric, but it should not be learner-centric even. It should be a mission-centric. What I mean mission-centric, learner is a component in the mission-centric education. Teacher is a component. Similarly, we have values as components. Professionalism is a component of mission-centric education. System itself is a component of mission-centric education. Immediate society is a part of mission-centric education. Then nation again, and at this end we have sustainable development, goals, and also the global citizenship. These are the concerns I propose as a mission-centric education. Here only, through this only we can integrate skills properly. That is the requirement in the society, that skill is integrated. Consider the society, consider the system as a whole, and the network of parent, teacher, student, and the peer group. This is what we require. Then definitely we will be moving towards the proper integration of skills and leading towards the meaningful professionalism. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that compelling talk highlighting how skill-based learning can redefine higher education and professional growth. Next, our final speaker, Mr. Muzahir Alam, a seasoned media professional with over 25 years of distinguished experience in Indian journalism and a representative of the fourth pillar of democracy. He has worked with several leading news organizations, including Zee News, Sadhana News, Triveni Media, and Aaj Tak India Today Group. He has unique and valuable insights into educational condition of our country. Let's call upon Mr. Alam to share his insights from the field of media and journalism. So please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. And dais, good speakers, and the teachers, the curious students. It gives me pleasure to stand before you. I am talking about journalism. So I want to some questions, because we don't take questions, we already ask questions to the students. People, we never take the questions, okay? It gives me the pleasure to attend with you. I will ask some questions to anybody. Anybody can. How are you all? Good? First, let me know why we choose journalism. Anybody? Why you choose journalism? All are feared. Journalism is called the fourth pillar of the democracy. It is more than just reporting truth. It is called interpreting, really questioning authority to the power. Who is in the power? We have to ask them. So they must answer our questions for the betterment of the society and the people. When you, sometimes the story uncomfortable, but it gives immense happiness when your report, when a report gives to the justice to the poor people who voiceless of the society. All are feared. I will ask you. I'll come to you later. I'll come to you. In today's era, journalism has evolved to beyond newspapers and television with the rise of social media, podcast, online podcast, and a data-driven storytelling. A journalist is now a storyteller, analyst, and influencer. You may be anchor, you may be ground reporter, you may be an influencer. So, what you may be, you have to ask the authority to answer your questions. And finally, what is the challenges we are facing nowadays? Deep fake. Nowadays, if you circulate a photograph in Gemini or ChatGPT, just upload your photo and you are just typing hugging couple. Your photo will suddenly come up with a lady and you are hugging. Spread in social media that what happened. If I send the photograph with his family, my family, then what happened? His wife will leave him? No, he will, whatever the result after 10 days, 15 days, it will be another better. But before that, he will vanish. He will, all over the career is lost. Okay? That is the reason, these are the challenges. And why choose journalism? I will ask the questions. Why choose we journalism? Now I will not leave to you. Because I want to connect the students. Be fearless, passion, dedication. You have to ask the question. Who is the senior person? Who is the senior student? Backside? Where? Nobody answering. You? Why you choose journalism? You told? You told me. Give me. You want to tell? No? Because you have to have the passion, integrity, ethics in journalism. If you don't have ethics in journalism, you can't enter in this profession. Okay? But I would want to ask the question to the management and the principal, sir. Please include the mass comm in your department. नहीं तो फिर there is a हिंदी कहावत है, जंगल में मोर नाचा किसने देखा? Peacock is dancing in the forest. Who has seen it? Yes, understand? अगर जंगल में कोई नाचता है peacock, किसने देखा? किसी ने देखा? कोई नहीं देखा. If you have done journalist, mass comm depart, then you will, you should. After that you will coming this. All are fear. All are, because we don't take questions. No, we already ask the questions. Anything you heard about the question? I am asking you a simple question. What helps you study? What helps you in your study? Next question. What's one goal you have? What's one goal you have to yourself in school this year? You? Again. What's one goal you have for yourself in school this year?
I'm a B.Ed student, so I want to become a teacher. That's why I enrolled in.
You want to be a teacher? Lots of profession there, but why you choose as teacher?
It's a good career.
It's the old. Okay, thanks. He's nervous. Okay, next question to the boys. Next question to the boys. Okay. What's something most people love but you dislike? You. What's something most people love but you dislike? Sorry? What something most people like but you dislike?
Choosing a degree without a like
As students stepping into the world of journalism, be curious, be ethical, and be fearless. Read widely, research hardly. You want a question? The, learns to, what? You want to say something? You? You were saying? Okay, leave it. The world needs truth seekers now more than ever. And perhaps one of you sitting here today become the next voice of the society. Thank you for welcoming me and giving me a short speech here. Thank you so much.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Muzahir bhai, for sharing your experience and asking questions and interacting with the people, the students. So now over to...
We now move on to the floor of questions, reflections, and interactions. Participants are encouraged to engage with our esteemed panelists through brief comment or queries.
Yes, now the time for question and answers. So, mic will be provided to those who want to ask questions.
I shall begin. I have a question, and it's to Kasi ma'am. Thank you for your address. And you began with mentioning NEP 2020, and also stressed about the importance of regional languages. But does the NEP 2020 document give a clear definition of what a regional language is? I can explain my question with an example. My wife is actually from Darbhanga, Bihar. So even though in her official records, her regional language or her mother tongue is Hindi, she speaks Maithili language at home. And there are multiple languages like Maithili, Bhojpuri, which are often sidelined. But at the same time, like the government policy documents, it says that we are promoting regional languages. Isn't this an issue in the context of our approach to language? Because with each language comes a treasure trove of knowledge, its culture, its philosophy. So aren't we actually sidelining these local histories, local cultures, even though we are claiming to be promoting regional languages? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. That's a wonderful question and a very, very pertinent, relevant question in the context of Indian linguistic diversity. And what you have just asked, to be very honest, to answer this is very difficult, especially in terms of implementation. Our policies clearly say we are promoting mother tongue, but India is a unique case in the world where we do not just have religious diversity, we have diversity in terms of linguistics, also in terms of cultural diversity. Many of the languages that you mentioned, very clearly, a person may speak Hindi at home also. Even at home, there is an intercultural marriage. A child may grow up with two languages. Let me say in the context of mine, I grew up with perhaps 3 languages. I grew up in Assam, so I spoke very well Assamese, my sisters and my friends. I was studying there. My grandfather's family came from Assam, so when we used to go to their house, we used to speak in Assamese. Father being a Bengali, we used to speak Bengali, and English. I studied in a convent, so in English school I used to speak there. So within our home there was so much of linguistic diversity that it was difficult. So there was a question from our teacher writing, you have to select one Indian languages to please give what language do you speak, right, prefer in school. So my father wrote, speaks Bengali at home. So the school sister superior, she came up, no, this we cannot accept. Either a Hindi you take or Assamese. My home language was Bengali, but I had to take up Hindi. So your context in India, we are promoting regional languages to address you. See, we are more than 4,600 communities. Each community can have their own dialects related to their culture. Language is a part of one's culture, right? It's a part of one, it is an artifact, something which is immovable. You cannot change it from generation to generation. It is born with you, your language is born with you, you're exposed. But in Indian context, we have regional languages, because if one language, regional means it could cover a big area, says entire South India, or it could also cover a small district. Regional doesn't mean just big. It could be a small district spoken by few communities within that region. So it can be a regional language. So NEP clear cut, there is no single definition of what is regional language. You're very correct in saying that. It is silent on many occasions, even though it promotes the concept, but how to implement it specifically within different language regions of India, states, it is left to the states. So that is why we see the frequent debates between different states in India in terms of implementation of 3-language formula, right? Tamil Nadu, I was just coming to that. Tamil Nadu and the center, they said we had to implement Hindi. They said no, our calendar. So there is in school center-state relationship funding. So perhaps the funding was cut for Tamil Nadu. There are no Navodaya schools in Tamil Nadu. Absolutely, this is because of this reason, because it promotes the intelligent students from the rural background, where they would be largely in a Hindi language school. So implementation is a challenge. That is why till primary school it is okay. Foundational years, mother tongue is encouraged. But in higher education, we have so much of linguistic diversity within India that it's not difficult, but it is a challenge, and we are just beginnings. Perhaps we would need, like MOOCs is one area where you could, government has said, if you could come up with contents, video, online through your regional languages, promoting your culture, then you disseminate that knowledge. Perhaps that could be a small help in that direction. Thank you.
I have one more question. We have dignitaries from different universities here, and I would like to ask you: does the expectations of students, expectations of industries, like do they align the 21st century learner, the students that walk through our universities? Are we able to satisfy their expectations? And are we able to create students or produce graduates who satisfy the industry expectations?
Yeah, to meet the expectation of industry, you have to come up with a good strategy, actually. You have to come up with a good strategy. Their expectation is actually more than what the institution are developing. So we should know their needs. So meeting an employer's needs, there's a lot of research about meeting employers' needs. In the journals, I also developed this, I have a few papers related to employability skills, and also a book about employability skills. Industry are looking for a ready-made or camera-ready graduates, but that's impossible. We have a debate with industry people, with industry employer. They always blame institution for not manage to develop a students that meets their need. But we told them that it is not only the institution role in developing employability skills. This is about employability skills, the 21st century employability skills. They should play a role too, I mean the industry. In Germany, industry in Germany accepts students as it is, and they play the role in developing students' employability skills. That is a must or policy in Germany. The industry is also considered an education institution. But in Southeast Asia, I can say, like Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and maybe India too, the nature of the industry is different. They are more focused on profit and so on. They don't have time to look into this matter. So, in order to suit them, to suit the industry, that is why a few country, I mean through Ministry of Education and Higher Education, come up with a strategy of industry partnership or industry-driven, industry in campus. So to make sure or to inculcate the nature of working while they are in institution. You can search through AI all the policies made by Japan, German, US, and even in Malaysia we have a statement of, we have a policy of industry in campus. In Korea and Japan, a lot of the laboratory is built by the industry. And the industry engineers or scientists or social arts experts, they will be part of the education system. They will come to the institution to deliver or to give dialogues, and also the lab is built by them. That is a way to narrow the gap of the expectation of the industry. That's one method. Okay? So another method, there are a few other methods where you should prepare your students with additional courses, additional certificates. What we did in our polytechnics especially, every student must have one certificate of having competition, meaning attending competition. Either they won or not, it doesn't matter, but they must get one international competition. And then secondly, they must have these professional certificates beside that. Let's say you are in Arabic language. Maybe this is just a degree of Arabic language diploma, but that doesn't give you a permit or you are the professional, you are professional in language yet. So you should prepare your students with the professional body certificates that certified by India itself or internationally. So it is not a single parties in developing student employability skill. I received quite a big grant actually involving industry and institution to develop employability skills. So adaptability, what we call as career adaptability, must be very strong in the institution. You should bring the industry, or you should develop student career adaptability as early as you can. Then only you can meet the industrial needs. Thank you.
Yes, yes, exactly. Okay, let me add something on that. So I was also speaking the same thing in my turn of as a panelist. The concern, when you look into the successful institutions, national importance institution in India, what they do is, during the designing of the curriculum, they have, as Professor Rasool has mentioned, the industry partnership is a core in the curriculum development. Unfortunately, we don't do that. We teachers are sitting in a room and design the curriculum. That is what we do in the universities, especially in an Indian context I talk about. Successful institutions, while designing the curriculum, when we talk about the outcome-based curriculum and competency-based curriculum as well, the core of designing your learning outcomes are based on the discussions with your alumni, your parents, what we call it as the industry persons, employers and potential employers. These are the requirements, and unfortunately we are not doing that. So why the IITs or some IIMs are very successful and they are getting 100% placements? They invite their academy industry partnership is very strong. I'm talking about an Indian context. They invite persons from the industry regularly. They visit. They give their 5-year roadmap where they would like to go in near future. That is an inspiration for the faculty members to add the technology, the design, the curriculum component and the content in the curriculum. Accordingly, they will prepare the students to such kind of industries. Immediately after completing the program, they are ready for that kind of industries. This is what we are lagging behind. If a teacher education institution is working, they have to have a close tie with the schools and colleges nearby. What is the trend in the learning management system they adopt? Whether Blackboard is there, whether Zoom is implemented, whether what we call it as there are many platforms, a learning management system like Moodle. If they have the platform or they have the specific dashboards or a learning management system, that I am teaching my students, I am giving experience to my students the same thing, what the requirements, what the strategy they have, whether they are adopting some platforms I am teaching today during my 2-year program. Then I can showcase, okay, whatever you need, my students are perfectly matching to that kind of requirements, whatever the essential, desirable, they are perfect, you can hire my student. Then definitely they will come. Okay, they identify these are the curriculum of your institution. These are the components exactly what we require. They will come and they will hire your students. Moreover, there is a partnership agreement, MOUs, partnership we have to have with this kind of institution. Department wise, we should have this kind of collaboration. Then only, but whatever is happening in the outside, now the trend of AI, what AI tools the company initiates with, what software. So for example, you have a bachelor's commerce program, BCom honors program. So what we have to do is, in the companies where the students can go, whether it is Middle East, whether it is Malaysia or some other areas, Europe, Germany. So you have to identify the profile of the employment after undergraduate program. This is not graduation is not a requirement. It is one of the requirements. Most desirable things are some of the software they implement, some of the software they are going to implement in the next 2 years. Immediately they are going to adopt some strategies. Whether your students as a potential candidate, they are able to cope up with the thing or not. Again, another is through the MOUs, through the partnerships, we can ensure that the students are getting apprenticeship. Compulsory, mandatory apprenticeship will definitely help the students to meet the industrial standards, meet the work, they can also accordingly do that. Internships and the things, the same institutions you are sending your students. They can identify the potential. Okay, 10 students are going to company XYZ. So they identify, okay, these potential candidates from Jamia Nadwiyya, they are very good students. They have communication skill. They know the strategy. They are very adaptable to the system we have. So why don't we go for and take that kind of candidates. So they will be ready for hiring your candidate. This is the strategies generally we should have, but unfortunately we don't have. This is over and above the university syllabus. Sometimes people say that we are not designing the curriculum, we are following just a university curriculum. These are some of the loopholes. We can say some lame excuses. These are not the excuses. Over and above, by implementing the curriculum, they will be passing the examination, whatever the university. You should have another curriculum that is specifically for you to meet the standards of the industry. Then definitely it is possible. Thank you.
I will just add one point, to make our students, our institutions, industry ready, and to have this kind of academic industry collaboration. Just one point, I think our educational institutes need to think about the career path of our students. What is missing in most of them is the career introduction to our students. Most of us take up careers or future aspirations based on what we know. We do it with or without our knowledge, based on what our families are doing, families are telling us. So if we have that kind of career orientation to our students during their adolescent growing up years, that can also give them a kind of orientation towards the future. And that is why our educational policy has reimagined in terms of this, that NEP has talked about vocational education from integrating it from class 6th onwards. So from the middle stage of a student's life, 6th, 7th or 8th onwards, vocational education should be given so that students have an idea of what they know. So accordingly, institutes can also have collaboration with this kind of institutes outside. So this should be done in a big way, I feel that way. And this is what is lacking. Thank you. Yeah.
For students, keep eyes on the stars and feet on the ground. Thank you.
Hello, I have an additional question. In addition to Donnie, sir. So, Madam said engineering colleges are given a choice between English and the vernacular languages as media of instruction. So, don't you see Indian engineers, if we adopt a vernacular language or regional language as a medium of instruction, don't you see the Indian engineers would be 50 years behind the engineers outside India?
So, sir, I agree. In higher education, it will lead to limitations in the kind of students' knowledge and experiences, but this is what our policy initiative has done. And I wanted to share this here because since this is reimagining policies, our government of India has reimagined policy that technical education like engineering should be given in their mother tongue also, so that students could actually utilize the content knowledge to solve local problems. Now this policy change is on the basis of the change in the policy mindset that our education, knowledge, skills that students have, they should be able to apply it in the local context. So engineering degrees in 11 regional languages was a policy decision by AICTE, All India Council of Technical Education, and they have done it in states with Hindi. For example, Madhya Pradesh, they have initiated it. Chhattisgarh. Even in one of the states, they turn medical education too. They've given medical education too. But I think this is at best kind of an experimental thing. They're trying to see if it's feasible, and the method of instruction for imparting this degree program in engineering is bilingual. They're going to use English as well as Hindi. So the technical terms which are specific to engineering would be in English, but maybe the content, the translation. So it is one way of, giving support to the policy in terms of inclusion. Because otherwise you see many students who are not comfortable in English and where they speak their minority or their local language, regional languages, they are bereft of higher education. They cannot sit and compete in the entrance exams. Though it will lead us back, but I still feel it is a step in a forward direction. It's better late than never. We should have started initially. And they have done it in the cognizance of China, Japan, Russia, Germany, that if they could do it then, why not now? Well, we have debates on this. I agree with you. It's not easy. It's always a challenge. Thank you.
Hello. First of all, good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. Myself, Jasni. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Almighty and the all panels for such a feast of knowledge. And thank you, everybody. Then, my queries is first one. We have been discussing the concept and importance of inclusive education for several years, for some years. However, even today, there seems to be a lack of structured in-service training programs to equip teachers with the skills required to effectively support differently abled learners. In your opinion, what measures or strategies can be implemented to overcome this gap and strengthen teacher preparedness for inclusive education? Actually, it's to Dr. Ashraf Mustafa. Is the sir is available or? Okay.
Yeah, first, please. First they'll speak, Dr. Ashraf Mustafa. Okay, so I think, forgive me also for stepping into Dr. Ashraf Mustafa's territory, but being a colleague of the academic community, and I feel, and even I have been working into children with special needs along with my colleague Dr. Sameer too. See, the first strategy is we have some time-tested strategies where we talk of UDL concept, Universal Design for Learning, where the concept, whatever content that you are doing or the curated lesson plan which a teacher comes, because teacher doesn't come without preparation for a class. When we're talking of professionalism in a teacher always has to come with a lesson plan in our mind. That is what is taught in B.Ed colleges. So in that lesson plan, she has to come up with that content, whatever I'm supposed to teach, I should be able to represent it in different forms. So she has to know what kind of children with special needs. Are they visual impairment, blind in one eye? Are they hearing impaired? Or is it ASD, autistic spectrum? Because all this different, and in India we have 10 categories of children who can come into a inclusive classroom, okay? Even though we have 21 disabilities listed, but 10 categories are recognized in the schools. Intellectual disability, speech impairment, multiple disabilities, visual. So teacher has to know what kind of needs, special needs children I have. Accordingly, you have to design it. If it is a hearing impaired, you have to come up and give them with this hearing aids. Depends on the level of disability, okay? So that also needs to be assessed. And then if it is a visual impairment, what kind of, can it just suffice with a magnifying glass if I support child will, or do I need bold, large print? Or maybe a little bit of problem in the eyes, I make him sit in the front. So the intervention strategies could be physical in the sense of sitting structure, could be academic. And this also needs to go in the term of assessment. Suppose a student with speech impairment, you want to test students' communication. Don't ask the student to speak. You give a different form of written assessment or maybe a graphic assessment. So this flexibility, so the strategy is representing content in flexible ways. So we call it representation in different ways, then expression. Okay? And you should also express differently as a teacher, and the student should also have the right to express that assessment in different ways. So these are the strategies generally, but still we should still believe that there is no one correct strategy. According to the context, the teacher has to have the autonomy to do it. Right? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Maybe my colleague Dr. Samir might.
Yes, thank you for the question. This is a concern. I the concern, I would like to tell you, I was also speaking in some of the NEP orientation programs regarding inclusion and diversity, student diversity and inclusion. So once I was going through a document of UNESCO, it mentions that only 30% of the total world's nations, they give training for teachers in inclusion. Only 30% of the nations. And we are counted as one of the among the 30%. What kind of orientation we Indian teachers are getting is a question. Again, when it comes to the curriculum of B.Ed curriculum, instead of learning something about disability, learning inclusion, inclusive education and the strategies, why don't you allocate the students to teach in or experience in a school, special school or a school where they have students with disability? That we are not doing. We are not giving exposure. We are not having any online strategy. That is, if a teacher is teaching online with the students or there is a video, we are not giving exposure to students in that. Then we are talking about we are ready for inclusion. And the policy, even Kerala is #1 in such kind of initiatives of education, but we don't have a full-time specialized teacher for dealing the students with disabilities or different needs in a school. We are making it as a cluster. For 5 or 6 schools, one teacher is appointed. So hardly 1 or 2 days they are getting. And disability, we cannot predict that this year which disability comes, next year which kind of disability we are getting. So we should be prepared with any kind of all the possible disabilities and also the multiple disabilities we are getting. Multiple disabilities with multiple kind of disabilities. So we should prepare the teachers in such kind of. Unfortunately, we don't have that. So the one of the initiatives we can have it on a larger level and also at college level we can initiate. Give an exposure to students to teach and experience the teaching of such kind of teachers, those who are experienced in teaching of people, those who are blind. So how the teacher manages the students with visual impairment, how the students manages the students with hearing impaired, or some students with locomotor disability, some students with mental disorders, or the intellectually challenged, autistic. So we should give exposure to the students at least 1 week or so with different kind of disability. This matters. Doesn't matter that it should be during. We largely during the some vacations, we make it as a vacation. It's a leisure time. It should not be like that. Even in Jamia Millia ISLAMIA also, some of the vacations are not allotted for the student. Even though it's vacation for teachers, but students are in internship. This winter vacation, our students will be during internship. They will not be given vacation. So that way we have to give a strategy. During the first year of a B.Ed, if the schools are on, they should not be given the vacation. They should give exposure to this kind of activity. Some training programs, some camps, some of the exposure or some intervention is going on for this kind of people. We have to send the teacher trainees to such kind of area, then only they will get exposure. Otherwise, but looking into the papers, strategies, reading something and writing, as I said, this will not work. There should be some proactive measures, definitely. This is my concern to say. Thank you.
I think time for wind up. Okay. So a host of issues regarding the theme, focal theme of this session, discussion, already discussed. And sorry. So I, as a moderator, I don't have anything to add because everything already spoken. So I express my deepest gratitude to the panelists and the audience who also and who rose with questions. So once again, I express I'm thankful to all the guests and participants.
As we bring this intellectually enriching discussion to a close, we invite Mr. Dhoni Manoj, Dean of College Affairs, Jamia Nadwiyya Arts and Science College, to deliver the vote of thanks. So please.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to stand here and be a part of this panel, of having got the opportunity to interact with such erudite, distinguished personalities, academicians, who gave us perspectives, global perspectives about education, its future, about the changing nature of our universities, our policies, everything. So I believe this was, the most important and the most knowledge generating discussion of the entire conference, because not only did we discuss the issues at hand, like our panel also put forward suggestions, it also put forward recommendations on how to address these issues. We discussed various issues, starting from inclusion, starting from social justice. We talked about the importance of skill development, of skill integration in our curriculum. We talked about curricular innovations in our universities. We talked about the importance of language. We talked about the policies that comes along with it. And I think the students were very excited by the perspectives on journalism, the discussions we had. So I believe this was very fruitful, very effective, and we are all walking away from this session with new insights, with new perspectives. So let me now move on to my official responsibility. I would like to express my gratitude, my thanks to everyone present here. We should begin by giving credit to the collaborating institutions of Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, as well as the University of the Free State, South Africa, and also the Kerala State Higher Education Council. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to Dr. Ashraf Mustafa from the UAE University, who got here and joined us online. Even though he couldn't be here in person with us, he took the effort, he took the time out of his day to join us and share his insights and perspectives with us. And I'm deeply grateful to our chief guest, Professor Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool sir, for your very valuable insights on pedagogical transformations, and also about your insights about the system in your own home country. These are case studies for us. We are a growing institution who are seeking to achieve excellence. So all of this, each and every word that you uttered, I believe it will be an opportunity for us to grow more as an institution. And I would like to share my appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Kasi Firdausi Islam. She has been a pillar of our conference. Even before these 2 days, she has been with us during our pre-conference workshop, and her session on the policies as well as the importance of multiculturalism, as well as her discussion about preserving our national language and by decolonizing the academia. I believe all of this has illuminated the minds of our dear students. And also I would like to thank Mr. Muzahir Alam sir. You engaged our students, you went into them. That is something we as teachers often fail at doing. We stand in the stage, stand at the podium, stand in front of the blackboard, and often fails to reach our audience. So I thank you so much, sir, for sharing your perspectives about the importance of journalism in education. I have to share my gratitude to a part of our family, Professor Arif Zain, for moderating this session, for giving us the guidelines, for making this session enriching, as well as for your questions. And I would also like to thank Mr. Kudratullah Nadavi, our PRO, who addressed the welcoming address session. And last but the most important person for us, Dr. Samir Babu, Associate Professor of Jamia Millia Islamia. This conference couldn't have happened without him, and he has been with us since the beginning for late night meetings, for each and every part of the organizing. He is a very important part of us, and we'll be forever grateful to you, sir, and also for the insights and perspectives you shared with us. And thank you for all the heads of the institutions, our dear teachers, and all the participants and delegates who are listening to us offline as well as online. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm words of gratitude and for acknowledging everyone who contributed to the success of the session. We now request everyone to rise for the national anthem led by a student of Jamia Nadwiyya Training College.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मागे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. That concludes the panel discussion session of the International Conference. May the ideas shared today continue to guide us towards innovation, inclusivity, and global excellence in higher education.
Now let's meet again for the valedictory session. Thank you, everyone.
അതൃപ്പൂവാമ്പിലാലിൻ സ്വരനാദം യാ റസൂലേ, പനയോലയിലൊരു കുടിലാണേ, ഭവനങ്ങളിലതു നിധിയാണേ, പടിവാതിൽ ചെറുതടിയാണേ, നബി തങ്ങളുടെ പൂങ്കുടിലാണേ.
لأجاريهم كلدت ظاهر ما فيهم فبدوت شخصا آخر كي يتفاخر وظننت أنا أني بذلك خست عنا فوجدت عني خاسر فتلك مظاهر لا 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 نحتاج المال كي نزداد جمالا جوهرنا هنا في القلب تلالا لا لا نرضي الناس بما لا نرضاه لنا حالا ذاك جمالنا يسمو يتعالى أوه 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 كن أنت تزدك جمالا لا 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 أتقبلهم الناس لست أقلدهم إلا بما يرضيني كي أرضيني سأكون أنا مثلي تماما هذا أنا فقناعتي تكفيني ذاك يقيني لا 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 نحتاج المال كي نزداد جمالا جوهرنا لا 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 نرضي الناس بما لا نرضاه لنا حالا ذاك جمالنا يسمو يتعالى أوه أو أوه أو أوه أو أوه أو أوه أو أوه أو كن أنت تصدق جمالا.
അല്ലാ നീയല്ലാതെ ആരുമില്ലൊരു കാവല് അലിവിൻ്റെ നീരിനായി തേടുമീ വേഴാമ്പല് എണ്ണിയാൽ തീരാത്ത പാപം പേറി തളർന്നു ഞാൻ എണ്ണമതില്ലാതെ മാപ്പിനായിരവോതും ഞാൻ കണ്ണീരിൽ മുങ്ങി ഞാൻ കൈകൾ നീട്ടുന്നു പെരിയോനെ കരളിൻ്റെ നോവുകൾ എല്ലാം കാണുന്ന ഫർദാനേ ദണ്ണങ്ങൾ തീർത്ത് സലാമത്തേ ഗണി ഹന്നാനേ ദുഃഖത്തിൻ മാറാല നീക്കിടേണേ പെരിയോനേ. കപ്പലോ വിമാനമോ കടലിനിട്ട പാലമോ കയറിയൻ കിനാക്കൾ യാത്ര പോകും കഅബയെന്ന വീട്ടിലെത്തി കഥനമൊക്കെയും നിരത്തി ഖൽബു പറിച്ചെൻ്റെ റബ്ബിനേകും ഞാനൊരു കണ്ണുനീർത്തുള്ളി മാത്രമാകും കപ്പലോ വിമാനമോ കടലിനിട്ട പാലമോ കയറിയൻ കിനാക്കൾ യാത്ര പോകും കഅബയെന്ന വീട്ടിലെത്തി കഥനമൊക്കെയും നിരത്തി ഖൽബു പറിച്ചെൻ്റെ റബ്ബിനേകും ഞാനൊരു കണ്ണുനീർത്തുള്ളി മാത്രമാകും 10 ജന്മമാസ്വദിക്കിലും തീരുകില്ലി മർത്യനു മണ്ണോടു സ്നേഹം സത്യധർമ്മപാത വെടിഞ്ഞും ഭോഗ ശക്തി പൂണ്ടിടും കേഹം മിഴിനീരാൽ പാപത്തിൻ കറ തീർക്കുവാൻ വഴികേടിൽ നിന്നെൻ്റെ ഗതി മാറ്റുവാൻ ഇറയോനെ നൽകേണം തൗഫീഖ് വെറുതെ നീ തള്ളല്ലേ ഈ വാക്ക് കപ്പലോ വിമാനമോ കടലിനിട്ട പാലമോ കയറിയൻ കിനാക്കൾ യാത്ര പോകും കഅബയെന്ന വീട്ടിലെത്തി കഥനമൊക്കെയും നിരത്തി ഖൽബു പറിച്ചെൻ്റെ റബ്ബിനേകും ഞാനൊരു കണ്ണുനീർത്തുള്ളി മാത്രമാകും القدس وعدك نحن إلى يافا في عزة نحن وقلب جليل الواحد منا يزهر آلافا لن تذبل فينا ورقة تين ما هان الحق عليك ولا خافا عودتنا إيمان ويقين لن نسكت لن نستسلم لا 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 نفديك لنحيا يا فلسطين فلسطين بلادي نحملها جرحا أو أملا لا 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 لو رح نبقى فيها اليوم الدين فلسطين بلادي لن نسكت لن نستسلم لا 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 نفديك لنحيا يا فلسطين فلسطين بلادي نحملها جرحا أو أملا لا 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 لو رح نبقى فيها اليوم الدين كي تشرق شمسك فوق أمانينا ونراك صغارك مبتسمين ونراك بخير حين تنادينا لعمار بيوت وبساتين سنعيدك وطنا رغم مآسينا أحرارا نشدو متحدين لن نسكت لن نستسلم لا 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 نفديك لنحيا يا فلسطين فلسطين بلادي نحملها جرحا أو أملا لا 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 لو رح نبقى فيها اليوم الدين فلسطين بلادي
Hello.
ഉരുകുന്ന കരളിന് കുളിരേകിലാഹേ തളരുന്ന മനസ്സിന് തണലേക് റബ്ബേ ഉരുകുന്ന കരളിന് കുളിരേകിലാഹേ തളരുന്ന മനസ്സിന് തണലേക് റബ്ബേ കഥനങ്ങൾ പേമാരി തീർക്കും നെഞ്ചിൽ ഗദനിയല്ലാതാരു കേൾക്കും കഥനങ്ങൾ പേമാരി തീർക്കും നെഞ്ചിൽ ഗദനിയല്ലാതാരു കേൾക്കും ദുനിയാവ് ദുരിതക്കടത്തിരയാണു റബ്ബേ കണ്ണീർ മഴ ദുഃഖത്തിനിടിനാദമിവിടെ എന്നും സുജൂദിൽ ഞാൻ തേടും തേട്ടങ്ങൾ കണ്ണോ നീരും നീ കാണുകില്ലേ എല്ലാം അറിയും നാഥാ എന്നോടും അപ്പക്കല്ല എന്നെന്നും ഏകനായി നീ എല്ലാവർക്കും നാഥനായി നീ അസ്തഗ്ഫിറുല്ലാഹ് ഞാൻ തൗബ തേടി നിൻ മുൻപിൽ പാപങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ ഏറ്റുപാടി അസ്തഗ്ഫിറുല്ലാഹ് ഞാൻ തൗബ തേടി നിൻ മുൻപിൽ പാപങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ ഏറ്റുപാടി ഉരുകുന്ന കരളിന് കുളിരേകിലാഹേ തളരുന്ന
മനസ്സിന് തണലേക് റബ്ബേ, ഉരുകുന്ന കരളിന് കുളിരേകിലാഹേ, തളരുന്ന മനസ്സിന് തണലേക് റബ്ബേ.
جمال الوجود بذكر الإله وتسفو الحياة بنور هدى. جمال الوجود بذكر الإله وتسفو الحياة بنور هدى. وتترب نفس له
A very good afternoon to one and all. With hearts full of gratitude and minds enriched by 2 days of academic exchange, we now gather for the valedictory section of this international conference on transcending boundaries in higher education.
Every journey that ends in wisdom marks the beginning of a new purpose. This session celebrates not only the success of this conference, but also the spirit of collaboration and intellectual growth it was inspired.
Professor Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool, from the National University of Malaysia, Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, Associate Professor, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi, and Dr. Shamir Babu M, Associate Professor, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi, will be presiding the session of a valedictory session.
To begin this concluding session in the most graceful way, let us invoke the blessings of Almighty. We now invite the students of Jamia Nadwiyya Women's Arabic College to lead us in prayer. I request everyone to please rise for the prayer.
ദാക്ഷിണ്യശാലിയായി വാഴുന്നോരീശ്വരൻ തിരുനാമത്തിൽ നിഖില ലോകങ്ങൾക്കുമേകരക്ഷകനാകും അഖിലേശ്വരനല്ലയോ സകല സ്തുതിയും അഖിലേശ്വരനല്ലയോ സകല സ്തുതിയും പരമകാരുണ്യവാൻ കരുണാനിധിയേ വിധി പറയും ദിവസത്തിന്നേകാധിപനെ നിയതമാരാധിപ്പൂ ഞങ്ങളങ്ങയ മാത്രം സതതം സഹായമർത്തീർപ്പതും തിരുമുൻപിൽ നയിക്കേണം ഞങ്ങളെ നേരായ മാർഗത്തിൽ നിന്നനുഗ്രഹപാത്രമായോർത്തൻ മാർഗത്തിൽ അങ്ങയാൽ കോപിക്കപ്പെട്ടോരുടെ വഴിയെല്ലാം സന്മാർഗ ഭ്രഷ്ടർ തൻ വഴിയിലുമല്ല ആലം ദയാലുവായി ദാക്ഷിണ്യശാലിയായി വാഴുന്നോരീശ്വരൻ തിരുനാമത്തിൽ നിഖില ലോകങ്ങൾക്കുമേകരക്ഷകനാകും അഖിലേശ്വരനല്ലയോ സകല സ്തുതിയും അഖിലേശ്വരനല്ലയോ സകല സ്തുതിയും അഖിലേശ്വരനല്ലയോ സകല സ്തുതിയും.
Before we proceed further, it's our honor to introduce the distinguished members of the Presidium presiding over this valedictory session. We are privileged to have with us Professor Muhammad Sattar Rasool from the National University of Malaysia. We also warmly welcome Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, Associate Professor, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi. Joining us is Dr. Samir Babu M, Associate Professor, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi. We express our deepest gratitude to all the esteemed members of the Presidium for their gracious presence and constant support.
To deliver the welcome address, we invite Dr. Wasil K, Organizing Secretary of the International Conference and Chief Academic Officer of Jamia Nadwiyya Group of Institutions. So please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good afternoon to everyone. Respected chief guest of the session, Dr. Muhammad Bashir. He's also the chief advisor of this conference. Distinguished guests on the dais, Professor Dr. Muhammad Sattar bin Rasool, sir, Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam, Dr. Samir Babu, Professor Jazzy Abraham, she will be joining online, JNE Director Adil Atif Salahi, Assistant Administrator Abu Bakr sir, Principals, our Presiding Officer, respected Professor Abdul Aziz sir, Principals, Heads of Departments, Teachers, Faculty Members, my dear students, a very warm good afternoon to one and all. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this valedictory session of the two-day international conference, Transcending Boundaries in Higher Education, Reimagining Disciplines, Policies, Innovations and Global Challenges. Over the past 2 days, this conference has served as a vibrant platform where academicians, thinkers, educators and researchers in India and from abroad came together to exchange ideas, assumptions and explore the future of higher education in an ever-changing world context, global context. Dear all, we at Jamia Nadwiyya Edavanna, in collaboration with the Jamia MILLIA, ISLAMIA, New Delhi, the University of the Free State, South Africa, and the Kerala State Higher Education Council are deeply honored by the overwhelming participation, thoughtful deliberations, and scholarly contributions that have enriched this academic gathering. Organizing this conference was never solely about hosting an event. It was fundamentally about fostering a vision and igniting transformative change within the Jamia Nadwiyya. Our goal was to create a space where research and knowledge generation could flourish, where everyone could engage in meaningful dialogues about the future of education, and where we could realize our own potential as a community of learners and leaders. In this, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the collaborating institutions, especially the Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA New Delhi, one of the prestigious Central University of India, and the University of the Free State, South Africa, also one of the prestigious university which is in the Q1 world ranking. And also our gratitude to the Kerala State Higher Education Council. I would like to come to my duty, that is to welcome this august gathering. First of all, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Muhammad Bashir sir, the former Vice Chancellor of the Calicut University and currently as a professor and head of the Arabic Department, University of Assam University. Welcome sir, thank you. He was always there to advise us regarding this conference. I welcome warmly Bashir sir. And our guest, he is there with us in the last 2 days, Professor Sattar Rasool sir from the National University of Malaysia. He has already expressed his expertness and experience with us in his keynote address. I welcome Professor Muhammad Sattar sir to this valedictory function. Welcome sir. I welcome Professor Khazi Firdausi Islam, ma'am. Ma'am also is one of the organizing secretary of this conference. Her support and motivation during the pre-conference workshops and during every organizing this event was invaluable, and I would welcome Khazi Firdausi Islam to this function. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Samir Babu sir, my teacher, my mentor, and he was the sole reason behind this conference. Always he supported and motivated, and it was the energy for all the organizing team. Even though through online, he was always available for suggestions and supports. I welcome warmly Dr. Samir sir. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our presiding officer of this function, our trust board member, our former principal of PSMO College and the founding principal of Jamia Nadwiyya Arts and Science College, Professor Abdul Aziz sir. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome our honorable director. He was the person who was motivating every day, and he led this conference. I would like to welcome Adil Latif Solahi sir, our director, warmly to this conference, this session. I would like to welcome Mr. Muzahir Alam. He is a journalist and he is an expert in the field of journalism from the last 25 years. I welcome Muzahir Alam sir. I welcome Assistant Administrator Abu Bakr sir. His support was also invaluable. I welcome Abu Bakr sir and all the principals. They were very much supporting in coordinating and communicating and organizing this event. Professor Sidi Koye sir, Dr. Ghafoor sir, and Dr. Muhammad Ali Ansari sir. I welcome all the principals to this stage. No, last, but not the least, I would like to welcome all the heads of institutions, heads of departments, teachers, faculty members, who all were a source of support to this conference. And dear students, dear delegates, researchers from different institutions, I welcome you all to this program, valedictory program. Definitely we have faced a lot of challenges. We confronted constraints and uncertainties while organizing this program. But we chose to focus on solutions rather than problems. And in the process, we discovered the magic happens when challenges become our opportunities. Once again, I would like to welcome you all. May the insights and connections built here to continue to inspire meaningful change in our institutions and beyond. Thank you once again for being part of this journey. Welcome everyone to the valedictory session of Jamia International Conference 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm words and tireless efforts in making this international conference a resounding success. We now invite Professor Abdul Aziz, Trust Board Member, Jamia Nadwiyya, and former Principal of PSMO College to deliver the presidential address. So please.
Bismillah, Alhamdulillah, Salatu Wassalamu ala Rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Respected guest of the day, Dr. Muhammad Bashir, our delegates from inside and outside India, Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool, Dr. Khazi Firdausi Islam, Dr. Samir Babu, and other dignitaries on the stage and off the stage. See, we are in the concluding session of this two-day workshop or conference, and we can be proud that this two-day conference is well arranged. Hats off and all. Congratulations and best wishes for Adil Latif and team. Adil Latif, I don't want to name all of them. Dr. Wazil, Dr. Sidi Koya, Dr. Ghafoor, Dr. Muhammad Isar, KV, everybody and their colleagues. They were working hard for day and night, for days together, for making this conference a success. So once again, I congratulate and wish all of them. Now, about Jamia. Jamia had a very humble beginning with about 14 students some 60 years back. And it was intended to impart higher education in Islamic studies, Quran and Hadith, etc. But later, it was converted into a multidisciplinary campus, about 30-35 acres of land, and about 17 institutions, both academic and non-academic institutions. Now, we have about 2,000 students here and about 200 staff and non-teaching staff. It's a well-established institution. And Alhamdulillah, we were able to conduct such a great conference in this campus. We had already in the past arranged many international conferences with the delegates from outside India and also inside India. But this type of, that was actually single disciplinary subject, but here it is a multidisciplinary seminar discussing about the development in the education field. And we have educational experts from outside India and also from India who are experts in education, so also in the management of institutions. They are scholars, and we had interactions, discussions, deliberations, etc. during these 2 days, and I feel that this will be helpful for the young scholars who have presented papers here, and also who are to come to the leadership in the future. About 250, I think, papers were submitted by young scholars and students, and I wish all of them a success, and we'll try to compile all these papers into a book and publish in future, inshallah. Now, coming to the academic aspect, see, there is the pandemic, that is COVID, is a landmark in the history of human beings. And after COVID, a lot of changes have taken place. And in the education field, we were unaware of the online meetings, Zoom, Google meeting, etc. before COVID. And after COVID, it has become the order of the day, conducting many symposia, discussions, conferences in online. So that is one important aspect, and the drastic changes in the IT field and also in the computer. The system of education itself has changed, and now we have a system which is research oriented. Instead of constraining the teaching in the four walls of the classroom, the new approach is to be friendly with the environment, to be friendly with the sustainable environment, and make the study to the common people. I feel that the 2-day sessions have discussed many aspects which will throw light into the future of education in Kerala. So I wish all success to this conference and thank you all. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and constant encouragement. We are deeply honored to welcome Dr. Muhammad Bashir, former Vice Chancellor, University of Calicut, Professor and Head Department of Arabic, Assam University, to do the honor of inauguration and to deliver the valedictory address. Sir, please, the dais is yours.
Respected President of this meeting and my beloved teacher, Professor Aziz Sir, Professor Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool from Malaysia, Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam from Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, Dr. Samir Babu from Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, Mr. Muzahir Alam, journalist of India Today, Dr. Muhammad Ali Ansari, Principal, Dr. Shukur Salahi, Adil Atif Salahi, Dr. K.V. Abu Bakr, heads of Jamia Nadwiyya Group of Institutions, delegates, and students. At first, I congratulate Jamia Nadwiyya Group of Institutions for successfully organizing an international conference in association with Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA and University of the Free State, South Africa. As we mentioned, we were informed many hundreds of delegates attended this program and many research papers were presented in this conference. This is the closing session. Normally for the closing sessions, the audience will be very less, but here I can see the hall is full. It shows your enthusiasm for improving the quality of higher education. And I'm very much delighted to share the stage with one of my professors, one of my teachers, and foreign delegates and other delegates from experts from Jamia MILLIA also. And in the audience I can see many familiar faces. It gives me immense pleasure and deep sense of fulfillment to stand before you at this closing ceremony of the two-day international conference. It's a moment of reflection, celebration, and introspection. Today, as we bring this program to its formal close, it is not merely a conclusion we mark, but a continuation of thought. I would say it is a reaffirmation of our shared mission to advance higher education as a transformative force for individuals and for society at large. The contemporary world of higher education is witnessing an extraordinary transformation. We are living in a time when the traditional boundaries, geographical, disciplinary, and ideological, are being constantly transcended. Knowledge no longer resides within fixed compartments. It flows across disciplines, institutions, and nations. The University of the future will be a collection of The University of Future will not be a collection of isolated departments, but a vibrant ecosystem where ideas merge, interact, and innovate. The challenges confronting humanity, from climate change to global health crisis, from technological disruptions to social inequalities, do not belong to any single subject area. They are deeply interconnected, complex, and multidimensional. Addressing them demands a shift from the disciplinary to an interdisciplinary and ultimately a transdisciplinary approach, where science engages with ethics, technology converses with philosophy, and economics dialogues with the environment. Historically, our system of higher education were organized around disciplines: physics, literature, medicine, economics, etc., each with its own epistemological framework and boundaries. That specialization brought rigor and depth, but it also created silos and sometimes hindered the holistic understanding of reality. The need of the present century is not to abolish disciplines, but to build bridges between them, to cultivate the capacity to think across boundaries. In recent decades, we have witnessed the growing importance of transdisciplinary approaches. This evolution has been accelerated by technological convergence, the merging of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, data analytics, and cognitive sciences, which blurs traditional lines between fields. Transdisciplinarity is not just the sum of multiple disciplines. It is the co-creation of new frameworks and paradigms that emerge when scholars, practitioners, and communities work together on shared problems. The COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, was a powerful demonstration of its principle. Public health experts, data scientists, behavioral psychologists, economists, and policymakers had to collaborate in unprecedented ways. No single discipline could provide a complete solution. This experience reaffirmed that knowledge creation today must be integrative, problem-oriented, and globally connected. However, such a vision of transformative higher education cannot be realized without robust policy support and sustained financial commitment. Historically, governments have been the principal patrons of education, recognizing it not merely as a service, but as a public good and a social investment. Yet, we are now witnessing a concerning trend: the gradual withdrawal of state funding from higher education. In many parts of the world, education is increasingly being viewed through a market lens. Universities are being compelled to generate internal revenue, often leading to steep fee hikes and commercialization. In India, recent policy directions encouraging institutions to mobilize funds internally may lead to challenges of access and affordability for students from marginalized backgrounds. To put this in perspective, developed nations such as the United States, United Kingdom, and the Scandinavian countries invest between 4% and 6% of their GDP in education, while many developing countries struggle to cross even 3%. This disparity speaks volumes about global inequalities and the urgent need to reassert education as a public responsibility, not merely a private enterprise. The state must continue to play a pivotal role, not as a controller, but as an enabler, ensuring that Universities remain spaces of critical inquiry, creativity, and social mobility. Investment in higher education must be seen as an investment in national development, innovation, and human dignity. Another dimension of educational reform that deserves our attention is language policy. The language of learning is not a mere medium of communication. It is a carrier of culture, cognition, and identity. In India, the National Education Policy, NEP 2020, has rightly emphasized the importance of mother tongue-based education, especially at the foundational and early levels. Research has consistently shown that students learn better and think more deeply when they are educated in their language. However, this does not mean rejecting the global languages of scholarship. Rather, it calls for a balanced multilingual approach, where local languages nurture conceptual grounding and international languages such as English, Spanish, French, Chinese, and Arabic provide access to global knowledge networks. The challenge before us is to make our higher education both rooted and global, anchored in linguistic and cultural diversity while remaining open to international collaboration and exchange. Indeed, internationalization has become a defining feature of contemporary higher education. This world is witnessing the emergence of new models of academic globalization, with foreign universities setting up campuses in India and Indian institutions exploring offshore centers abroad. This cross-border flow of ideas, students and faculty enriches global academic landscape. Yet, internationalization must be guided by principles of reciprocity, quality assurance, and mutual respect. It should not be driven merely by commercial motives, but by the spirit of knowledge diplomacy, fostering understanding among cultures, promoting global citizenship, and enabling collaborative research on issues of shared concern. The global university of the future will be one that nurtures diversity in unity, intellectually cosmopolitan yet socially grounded. The digital revolution has transformed higher education in unprecedented ways. Technology has expanded access, enabled blended and flipped classrooms, and democratized learning resources. Yet it has also exposed digital divide between those with access and to devices, connectivity and digital literacy, and those without. The divide mirrors and amplifies existing socio-economic inequalities. The pursuit of quality and inclusion must therefore remain central to our educational mission. Digital infrastructure must be seen as a basic educational right, not a privilege. Social justice in education demands that every student, irrespective of geography, gender, or socio-economic background, has an equal opportunity to participate in the digital knowledge economy. True inclusion goes beyond access. It also means fostering belongingness, representation, and respect for diversity within our institutions. Universities must consciously build cultures of empathy, dialogue, and fairness. At the heart of higher education lies the creation of new knowledge. A vibrant research ecosystem is essential not only for academic excellence but for national progress. In the knowledge economy, universities are expected to be engines of innovation, generating ideas that translate into social and economic values. To achieve this, we must strengthen our research infrastructure, promote interdisciplinary collaboration, and align our inequalities with national and align our inquiries with national and global priorities from sustainable development to digital transformation. Moreover, research must not be confined to elite institutions alone. We need to build capacity across all tiers of higher education, ensuring that every university becomes a locus of inquiry and creativity. Equally important is the ethical dimension of research. Knowledge generation must be guided by integrity, transparency, and accountability. Plagiarism, data manipulation, and unethical practices have no place in academia. As custodians of truth, universities must uphold the sanctity of honest scholarship. While we invest in research, we must not overlook pedagogy, the art and science of teaching. The role of the teacher is evolving rapidly in the age of information abundance. Today, teachers are not mere transmitters of knowledge, they are facilitators of learning, mentors of inquiry, and co-learners of an ever-changing world. Pedagogical innovation is key to sustaining relevance and engagement. The blended mode of learning, integrating physical and digital spaces, has opened new opportunities for flexibility and personalization. The flipped classroom model, where students engage with content before class and use classroom time for discussion and problem solving, encourages active learning and critical thinking. Technology can enrich pedagogy, but it must not replace the human touch. Education is, at its core, a relationship between minds and hearts, between curiosity and guidance. As we reimagine our methods, let us ensure that compassion, empathy, and mentorship remain at the center of teaching. As we look ahead, the central task before us is to build ecosystems of education that integrate innovation with inclusion, excellence, and equity, and progress with purpose. This means encouraging creativity while maintaining ethical and social responsibility, pursuing competitiveness while ensuring that no learner is left behind. The universities of tomorrow must become living laboratories, spaces where theory meets practice, where innovation meets compassion, and where learning never ends. Students should not only be job seekers, but also knowledge creators. They will not be just consumers, but contributors. There will be problem solvers and change makers. The future belongs to those who can think across boundaries and act with integrity. As we bring this closing session to an end, let us carry with us renewed conviction that education is not merely the key to individual success, but the foundation of collective achievement. It is through education that societies progress from independence to self-reliance, from ignorance to enlightenment, and from isolation to global harmony. Let us continue to transcend the boundaries of discipline, of institution, of nation, and work together to make higher education a beacon of hope and humanity. May our universities remain temples of knowledge, nurseries of ideas, and sanctuaries of truth. Let us rededicate ourselves to the noble mission of shaping minds, serving society, and sustaining the light of learning for generations to come. I wish everyone all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are privileged to be joined virtually by our chief guest, Professor Dr. Jessie Abraham, Dean, Faculty of Education, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi. And she is also one of the patrons of this international conference. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Hope I'm audible. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Mohammad Bashir sir and all the dignitaries on the stage, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, Professor Sattar Rasul sir had actually explained everything very well, and we had heard just now Mohammad Bashir sir explaining the context, and the summing up was wonderful. I have not much to say, but still I'm so glad that Jamia Millia Islamia is organizing in collaboration with the Jamia Nadwiyya Edavanna and African State Universities and the Higher Education Council of Kerala this international conference, which I happen to know that was a great success with more than 250 papers presented. And I congratulate the organizers who are present there, who had done a great job. It was wonderful that you had decided on a topic which is very relevant and which needs to be explored further, because higher education as such is changing globally because of the situations that are emerging. Higher education was considered as the privilege of the elite for some time. Now it is a requirement for everybody. It is not that only some people are required to do the higher education. Now in India, we have the National Education Policy, which targets that the gross enrollment ratio in higher education should move up to 50. Earlier it was just 15, now it is around 26, 27 GR right now, but we hope to improve it further to 50 sooner by then 2035 and 2047. We hope to have a better gross enrollment ratio across the states. But then why should we think about this all over the world? The developed countries have better enrollment ratio in higher education, and higher education, the degrees and skills obtained should equip people to have a better living standards and also contribute towards the development of the nation. India and any country cannot afford to be lagging behind. We need to work hard to move ahead. Therefore, we need to have more higher education. And it is great that we could discuss about the future of higher education in this forum. We all know that all our countries are democratic. And if we want to succeed in the democratic platform, that is, if we want to choose the right persons for during our elections, our people should be more knowledgeable. Higher education should actually empower people with the better thinking skills and ability to discern and take right choices. Therefore, it is very important. And also, in today's world, more personalized education is required with the help of technology and advanced methods of teaching. We are not just talking for one size fits all kind of method. We have to provide for individual differences, and that is the key for success in higher education also. So with the help of technology, maybe assistive technologies or other advanced technologies could enable us to cater to the needs of each and every student and help them complete their studies and get them into meaningfully employed in some way. Maybe they are not for, it is not for, not only for money, but for their life fulfillment, for their satisfaction. In this regard, NEP 2020, our national education policy, has rightly given more importance to inclusion, because we cannot leave behind the special needs children or the children with this or students from disadvantaged sections of the society. In today's world, because of various situations, many people are deprived of their opportunity to study. They should be given support. In India also, we have many schemes like Prime Minister Modi ji has a scheme for supporting students from Africa through scholarship in the distance education. And then for our own students within the country, we have Vidya Lakshmi program and other programs where the children are given scholarship to continue their education. All these efforts will be meaningless if we do not sensitize the people involved in higher education about the need and importance of higher education and the differences that are happening, the significant changes that has happened in the field of teaching learning. As sir had already said, the technology has changed, and also the learning, how it was conceived as something which has to be taken from the guru or somebody who's more knowledgeable. Now it is something which is to be constructed through experiential learning, so that more skill oriented education which will be useful for the learner, and it is not just learned for the sake of learning. That kind of change has happened globally all over the world. Such emphasis was there in certain countries. In our country, we also have realized the importance of such education, and I'm so glad that you had wide variety of themes and you have deliberated on these points. So thank you very much for giving me also an opportunity to give my opinion in this regard. So I think the future of the higher education in Kerala and also in India and in Africa is going to be further and further improving and progressing as emphasized by the leaders of our country. We should all move together for further development, not only in the materialistic way, but also in the spiritual way. Because all education is meaningless if we cannot have the right values and emphasis on the spiritual development or growth of the people who are involved in the teaching learning process. I'm so glad Jamia Nadwiyya Edavanna was started initially for spiritual education, and then they moved on to have all kinds of different education as well, and they are contributing so much towards higher education. So my sincere best wishes, and may God help us all grow further and contribute further towards higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your invaluable insights and support towards this academic collaboration and excellence.
Now we move to a significant part of our session, the reading of the conference report. To present the detailed report of the Jamia International Conference on Transcending Boundaries in Higher Education, Reimagining Disciplines, Policies, Innovation and Global Challenges, I am pleased to invite our respected Director of Jamia Group of Institutions, Mr. Adil Latif Solahi, to kindly take the stage and present the report. Sir, please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, all of you. Conference report. Title: Transcending Boundaries in Higher Education, Reimagining Disciplines, Policies, Innovations, and Global Challenges. Date 8th and 9th October 2025. Mode: hybrid, online and in person. Organizers Jamia Nadwiyya Edavanna. Introduction. The International Conference Transcending Boundaries in Higher Education, held on October 8th and 9th, 2025, served as a crucial academic forum for addressing the pivotal challenges and opportunities facing the global education sector. Organized by Jamia Nadwiyya Edavanna and its esteemed international and national collaborators, Kerala State Higher Education Council, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA New Delhi, University of the Free State, South Africa. This hybrid event brought together hundreds of academicians, researchers and students It fostered a vital dialogue on adapting educational policies, pedagogies, and disciplines to the demands of a rapidly evolving technology-driven world with a significant focus on the role of artificial intelligence. Pre-conference engagement and participation. The conference's success was significantly boosted by extensive groundwork. Momentum was built through 9 state and national level pre-conference sessions, which cultivated interest and refined discussion topics. The faculty and students of Jamia Nadwiyya Edavanna were central to a dynamic promotional campaign, engaging institutions across Kerala and beyond. This widespread outreach yielded an exceptional response, demonstrating the theme's relevance. 400 plus abstracts were received from a diverse pool of scholars. 250 plus full research papers were accepted after a rigorous peer review process. 270 plus presenters shared their work across the two-day event. Conference proceedings. The conference program was rich and multi-phased, featuring high-level discussions and in-depth academic presentations. Inaugural session. The event was inaugurated by Dr. Professor Sattar Rasool, Faculty of Education and former head of the STEM Enculturation Research Center. His address set a forward-thinking tone, which was complemented by insightful keynotes from Professor Kaushal Kishore, head of the Department of Educational Studies, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, and Dr. Kananga Robert Muguna, Senior Lecturer, University of the Free State, South Africa, who brought national and international perspectives respectively. The conference's culture central theme was expertly presented by Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam and Dr. Samir Babu of Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, providing a clear framework for the proceedings. Academic sessions. The core of the conference consisted of 31 parallel academic sessions, chaired by 30 distinguished academicians. These sessions facilitated deep dives into key sub-themes, including language and communication in higher education, culture and global educational trends, curricular and pedagogical innovation, foundational and disciplinary discourses, technology, artificial intelligence, and the future of higher education. A key feature was a lively panel discussion on reimagining the future of higher education, which synthesized the conference's diverse threats. The smooth execution of all sessions was ensured by the faculty of Jamia Nadwiyya institutions, who served as moderators, and the delegate students' body, who acted as coordinators. Key takeaways and recommendations. The intensive deliberations produced several clear, actionable recommendations for stakeholders in higher education. First, mandate ethical governance. Second, adopt augmentative pedagogy. Third, ensure inclusive inclusive infrastructure. Fourth, advanced curricular frameworks. Conclusion. The Transcending Boundaries in Higher Education, Reimagining disciplines, policies, innovations, and global challenges conference successfully created a vibrant platform for international collaboration and forward-thinking dialogue. It not only addressed the urgent questions facing higher education, but also provided a practical roadmap for building more resilient, equitable, and innovative institutions. The event stands as a model of successful academic organization and a testament to the shared commitment of the participating participating institutions to shaping a better future for learners worldwide. Inshallah, this report will share, detailed report will share through WhatsApp group. You will get soon, inshallah. Thank you all. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Thank you, sir, for detailing the conference. We now move on to the felicitation. May I invite Dr. Muhammad Ali Ansari, Principal of Jamia Nadwiyya Arabic College, for felicitation. So please.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulihil amin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ma ba'd. Good afternoon to all. Our chief guest, Professor Dr. Muhammad Bashir Sir, and esteemed guests and other dignitaries on the dais, dear colleagues and research scholars and students. I am so glad to be here in front of you in this session as we conclude our international conference. I hope this conference will not be just an academic program, but a space where ideas will converge and collaborations will be forged and transformation strategies will emerge. I am very confident that all discussions and presentations and interactions that took place here will be both stimulating and interesting. And I am sure we all will leave here with a renewed sense of energy and purpose. I also appreciate the organizers for curating such a thought-provoking set of themes for this conference and for bringing together a distinguished group of participants. I extend my deepest thoughts to everyone who worked to make the conference unsound success. And I conclude my words by requesting all of us to carry forward the spirit of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your valuable words. Now, the most awaited moment of the international conference, the best paper presentations, will be announced by the conference coordinator and assistant professor of Jamia Nadwiyya Arts and Science College, Dr. Ashik Shahjahan Farooqi. Sir, please.
The best paper presentation for the session 1 that was chaired by Dr. Abdusalam Kanniyan. There were two best papers. One is Dr. Srinath S., Assistant Professor, Government College of Physical Education, Kozhikode. Then Najia Mubarak is also PG student of Government College of Physical Education, Kozhikode. The session 2 that was chaired by Dr. Abdul Ghafoor PK and Professor Abdusalam. The best paper presenter is Dr. Rajiv NJ, CS College of Teacher Education, Matara, Kozhikode, and with him Dr. Shailaja CV from the same college. For the session 5, the session 3, it was chaired by Dr. Fawaz TK. The best paper presenter is Vidya M, Research Scholar, Department of Education, University of Calicut. Then for the session 4, that was chaired by Dr. Qasi Firdausi Islam ma'am. The best paper was of Swalih TV, PG student, Management Studies, Pondicherry University. For the 5th session, chaired by Dr. Semi Babu sir. The best paper is Shahal Musa E. Research called Madinatulurum Arabic College, Pulikal. The session 6 that was chaired by Dr. Sidiko Eke. The best paper was of Sujisha KK, Research Scholar, NSS Training College, Ottapalam. And with her, Dr. Shrigala S., also the Assistant Professor, NSS Training College, Ottapalam. For the session 7, that was chaired by Dr. Abdul Ghafoor. The best paper presentation was of Abdul Mohsin, was a MA student, IGNO, and the faculty of EJHSS here at Jamia. And for the session 8 is Asma Rusha. In the session 8, Creative School for Women, Jamia Nadwiyya. For the Arabic sessions, there were 3 sessions. For the first, in the first section, the best paper presenter is Amjad Ansari, the faculty of Assistant Professor of Jamia Nadwiyya Sharia College. And in the second session, the best paper presenter is Ahmad Warid Bakri, student of Jamia Nadwiyya Training College. And for the third is Bajina Solahia, Assistant Professor, Jamia Nadwiyya Women's Arabic College. Then I speedily read out the online session. There were 20 sessions online. Around 230 papers were presented in 20 online sessions. And the best paper of the session 1 was Aditi Tiwari, PG student of Tata Institution of Social Science, Hyderabad. For the session 2, Jyoti Verma and Neha Kushwaha, research scholars, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, UP. For the session 3, Vaibhav Verma, research scholar, Department of Education Studies, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi. For the session 4 is Chandragupt, Department of International Relations, Sikkim University, Gangtok. Session 5, Rajini Rawat, Assistant Professor, Government Degree College, Lenkhari, Gulur, Saraswati, Uttar Pradesh. Session 6, Jistun Lamo and Krishna Wag, Kavya Chandra, they are research scholars, National Institute of Education, Planning and Administration, Delhi. Session 7, Lekshya, research scholar, Department of Humanities, Delhi Technological University. Section 8, Dr. Binsi, Department of For this section 8 is Dr. J. Binsi, Department of Economics, Little Flower College Autonomous, Guruvayur. Section 9, Anju Vashishta, research scholar, Aligarh Muslim University. Section 10, Dr. Priyanka Sachdeva, Faculty, Department of Education, School of Open Learning, University of Delhi. Section 11, it was an Arabic session, online session. The best presenter is Fahad CA, student, Jamia Nadwiyya Training College, Edavanna. Session 12, Mamolefe Endelo, lecturer, the National University of Lesotho, South Africa. Session 13, Shifali TV, research scholar, Department of Education, Central University of Kerala, Kasaragod. Session 14, Purve Umachigi and Dr. Shilpa ML, School of Law, Christ University. Session 15, Mamne Sridhar Shejwal, Department of Physical Education, University of Mumbai. Section 16, Sophia Jonathan Machemba, research scholars, MS University, Baroda. Section 17, Nidhi Vaish, research scholar, Department of Education Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia. Section 18, Himanshu Pandey, PG student, Department of History, Pondicherry University. Section 19, Adul Maurya, research scholar, Department of Education Studies, Jamia Millia Islamia. Section 20, Arpan Kumar Das, research scholar, Center for Education, English Language Studies, University of Hyderabad. Thank you. Best wishes for the presenters.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to the honoring ceremony. As a gesture of gratitude and respect, we now invite Mr. Adil Latif Salahi and Dr. Muhammad Bashir to present an honor of gratitude to our esteemed guest, Dr. Muhammad Sattar Rasool. A big round of applause, please.
We now invite Professor Sattar Rasool. We now invite Dr. Muhammad Bashir to honor our organizing secretaries. First of all, I invite Dr. Samir Babu M to receive the honor. Sir, please. Next, I invite Dr. Kasif Adosi Islam to receive our token of love. Ma'am, please. I now invite Dr. Wasil K to receive the honor. Sir, please.
At this moment, we take a great pride in honoring the esteemed institutions whose collaboration and vision have made this international conference a grand success. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our collaborative partner, Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi. On behalf of Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, we are delighted to have Professor Samir Babu M and Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam. We now invite them to kindly receive a token of love for their immense contribution and continued support. For our other collaborators, the Kerala State Higher Education Council and the University of Free State South Africa, we express our deepest gratitude and admiration for their valuable partnership even in their absence today. A special word of appreciation also goes to Dr. Kananga Robert Mukuna, Senior Lecturer, University of Free State, South Africa, for his tireless effort, coordination, and academic engagement that truly strengthened this international collaboration. Let us take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the institutions of Jamia Nadwiyya, whose collective efforts and collaboration have made this international conference a grand success. Now we invite Dr. Muhammad Bashir, sir, to present the token of gratitude. First of all, let's welcome Dr. Siti Koya, Principal of Jamia Nadwiyya Arts and Science College, to receive the honors. Next, let's welcome Dr. Muhammad Ali Ansari, Principal of Jamia Nadwiyya Arabic College, to receive. Now let's invite Dr. Abdul Ghafoor, Principal of Jamia Nadwiyya Training College, to receive the honor. So please. We now honor our conference coordinators. We invite Dr. Qazi Firdausi Islam and Samir Babu M to lead this. First of all, I invite Dr. Ashik Shah Jahan. So please. Next, I invite Dhoni Manoj.
Hello. It was sleepless nights. In the last week, it was sleepless nights for Ashik Shah Jahan. He was the man behind coordinating all the program. He coordinated all the online and offline sessions. That's a wonderful work. Mr. Dhoni Manoj, he was the coordinator of the program committee. And in the last 2 months, it was his tireless efforts to organize these programs.
Next, let's welcome Mr. Azhar VA. So please.
Azhar was behind all the pre-conference workshops and all the certificate and all these reports and all the documentation works he was. And congrats, Azhar sir.
Next, I invite Mr. Humayun Kabir to receive the honor. Sir, please.
He is the publication in charge and the chief librarian of Jamia Nadwiyya.
Last but not the least, Mr. Qudratullah Nadwi for his valuable efforts for the conference. Sir, please.
Mr. Qudratullah Nadwi, he was also instrumental in coordinating all the activities, especially official activities. Thank you.
Now we honor the coordinators of various wings for their dedication, and I invite Professor Abdul Aziz sir to do the honors. Sir, now I invite Mr. Anas Madani to receive his honors. Sir, please.
Next button speed up.
There's a group of wing coordinators, Mr. Anas Madani, Mr. Sharafuddin, Prida, Ms. Shafiq, Mrs. Anisha, Mr. Wajid sir, Nawaz Solahi, Minish, Shafiq, Sumaya, Jensi, Rafsin, Likna Johnson and Sahir. Sharafuddin sir. Miss Prida. Mr. Nawaz Solai. Mr. Shafiq sir. Mr. Vinish. Ms. Anisha.
Miss Sumaya. Miss Destiny. Rafsin. Muhammad Sahir. Litina Johnson. Wajid. Nawaz Salahi. Litina Johnson.
To convey our gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of this conference, we invite Mr. K.V. Abubakar, the Assistant Administrator of Jamia Nadwiyya Kerala, to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Respected dignitaries on the dais, distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, scholars, colleagues, and dear students. As we come to close of this intellectually enriching international conference, it is my proud privilege to express on behalf of Jamia Nadwiyya Edavanna our deep sense of gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of this event. First and foremost, our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Mr. Bashir, former Vice Chancellor of Calicut University, Professor and Head Department of Arabic, Assam University, Silchar, graciously delivering the valedictory address and inspiring us with his profound reflection on transcending academic and institutional boundaries. We are deeply honored by the presence of our distinguished guests from different parts of the world. A special note of gratitude to Professor Muhammad Sattar Rasool from the National University of Malaysia. Dr. Qazi Firdaus Islam and Dr. Samir Babu from Jamia MILLIA ISLAMIA, New Delhi, for their scholarly contributions and continued engagement throughout the sessions. Our sincere thanks to Jesse Abraham Dean of Faculty in Education, Jamia MILLIA, who also extended our warm appreciation for Mr. Abdul Aziz, Trust Board member and former professor in PSMO College. Our gratitude goes to Mr. Wazil, Organizing Secretary of JIC 2025, for his dynamic leadership and tireless efforts in bringing this international academic gathering to fruition. We are equally thankful to Dr. Muhammad Ali Ansari, Principal, Jamia Nadwiyya Arabic College, and and their gracious felicitation and kind words. A word of appreciation to Mr. Adil Latif Salahi, Director of Jamia Nadwiyya Edavanna, for honoring our distinguished guest and for his constant support and motivation. To all our faculty coordinators, students, volunteers, technical teams, and administrative staffs, your commitment behind the scenes made every moment of this conference seamless and successful. To our scholars and participants, both from India and abroad, thank you for your active engagement, thought-provoking discussions, and valuable insight that truly reflected the spirit of transcending boundaries. Finally, our heartfelt thanks for the Almighty Allah for granting us the strength and grace to complete this conference successfully. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and inclusivity that this event has kindled. Thank you all once again. Wish you everyone a safe journey and continued thanks. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, sir, for your heartfelt words of appreciation and for recognizing the dedication behind this event. Thank you, sir.
I request everyone to please raise for the national anthem led by Jamia Nadwiyya Training College team.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. Once again, we express our deepest gratitude to our collaborators. May the spirit of collaboration, inquiry continue to guide us as we transcend boundaries and shape the future of higher education together. Thank you all for being part of this memorable academic journey. Wishing everyone a pleasant evening and a safe travel ahead.